one of my favorite themes in
Hell yeah.
all of Star Wars. Happy chat, happy real Star Wars Day. We are live with the GKA, the Gatekeepers Alliance, and we are here to celebrate real Star Wars on Real Star Wars Day. And night 3, the night of toxicity. We are going to do that tonight by ripping on the Disney Star Wars shills. And we got quite the lineup tonight. We got a full-on episode, Star Wars themed episode of Shill watch-alongs tonight. I went into overtime today to gather some shit to talk about. We got some breaking news. We got some shilling. We got some sequel trilogy of all things, surprisingly enough. We got Star Wars Battlefront 3 fake hype, this movement that's currently going on for Battlefront 3. Everybody go and play the original Battlefront 2 so we can drive the numbers up and force Lucasfilm Games to make Battlefront 3. And we got some Dave Filoni simpage going on. We're going to revisit that with the Den of Shills. And we got OG Star Wars, and we got Darth Melvin. We got there's going to be others, I believe, joining us throughout the night. Some coming and going at the all night long. And welcome, everyone. Thanks for being here, guys. Darth Melvin, welcome, sir. Unfortunately, I missed it, but how was night 2, focusing on the EU?
Night 2 went really well. We talked about the expanded universe, had some panels, and, this is just the beginning of Real Star Wars Celebration. It is going to get better every year and bigger every year. Everyone's got to spread the word that this is the real Star Wars Celebration. Disney can go fuck themselves.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so nights 1 and nights 2 are currently live on the Gatekeepers Alliance channel. So make sure you are subscribed. Head over there. Night 3 will be dropping immediately. This will be dropping tomorrow morning. This stream will be dropping on there tomorrow morning as well. Because one of the people we're going to be covering tonight is famous for abusing the copyright system and copyright striking anyone who dares to say anything negative about him or his videos. So yeah, so to keep the channel safe, we're going to have to play a little, we're going to have to be intelligent with the way we go about it. But that means that we're going to be taking the gloves off. We're not going to pull any punches whatsoever. And that's coming later in the show. OG Star Wars, I'm sorry, I almost neglected you. How are you this evening?
How dare you for almost neglecting me? Hey,
no, it's because you're a woman.
I know, right? We got to keep the balance in here, right? Have that back and forth between feminine and
masculine. I said it was a toxic stream.
Yes, exactly. We're falling right into that. Welcome, you guys. I see everybody in chat. Last night was amazing. Always love to talk about EU and Star Wars in general as a whole. But what was fitting, like last night in the chat, I wish that these similar people would come in and just show their shilling for Disney. We had a few toxic fans, our Disney shills, come in and try to defend Andor, and that's the latest thing is the Andor defense, right? No matter both sides or our side too as well. So we have that. So maybe we'll see some of them here getting triggered, which would be perfect because we're in the toxic part of the celebrations. We are gonna uncover, expose, and share what's really going on in the state of Star Wars, or what people think is Star Wars, which is not Star Wars at all. Disney Star Wars is not Star Wars, only in name only. Yeah.
100%. I'm sure the chat will let us know. Yeah, this is the one where we're going to be going. And to any fans who are of Andor who are saying that, like, well, if they put Gilroy in charge, or I like this one show or anything like that. The people that we're going to cover tonight are the people who you are joining in support of Disney Star Wars. by championing the show in that way. So, you know, if you want to join hands with these people, by all means, but we will happily stay over here on our side of the fence, the side of real Star Wars.
Right. And even if you support Andor, you still are supporting Disney Star Wars. You don't get a pass. You don't fucking get a pass at all.
No
What's
pass.
crazy is there's a lot of people that are like, I only like Andor and Rogue One. I only like Tony Gilroy for Disney Star Wars. Yet you had them coming in the real Star Wars Celebration live chat and crying their eyes out. When we're trying to celebrate real Star Wars, they're like, but what about Andor? What about Andor? It's just like, we're celebrating real Star Wars, you dumb motherfucking Rey-loving piece of shit.
So you're talking
It's
about
just,
the expanded universe.
yes.
And people come in, I want to talk about Andor. Wow.
It's insane. And like, they claim that they only like Andor, Rogue One, but like, you know, they like Mando. They probably like Ahsoka. They probably like The Force Awakens. Like, they're just lying about it. They're full on Rey lovers.
All right. Well, hey, before we get started, you guys were just killing it before the stream even started. So I got to get to some of these. So Peter Rackus before the stream for $5 dropped a $5 super chat and hashtag it's blue.
Oh, it's blue! It's blue!
I'm not going to play that for every blue super chat, but I got the infamous It's Blue clip. I went back and I get some It's Blues in the chat. I might have to get some, just like switch around some icons or some memes in the chat and just make just a solid color blue. I don't know. Oh, there they are. Darth Ghostface has got it. Never mind. It's already there. It's already ready. There they are. Boom.
Boom.
It's
There you go.
blue. He's got it on top of it. Good shit, Darth Ghostface. Peter Rackus, can you check the comments of the 7/16 Legion's fake reaction to Andor Season 2, Episode 1? You may have to scroll a bit. Yes, I did that prior to the stream. Let me pull it up here real quick. Not that one, not that one. There it is. So here it is. I'll zoom in slightly. Triggering, Peter Rackus was triggering some shills. Basically, can't wait for you guys to watch Ahsoka Season 2. Or can't wait to see you guys shill for Ahsoka Season 2. And one of them responded in the reply, shill implies we were paid. If you watch our content, you'd realize that we are openly critical of things, Star Wars included. Sounds like what we were just talking about. So they have a little gap back and forth, and then it goes to this line right here, which I found absolutely hilarious. Rogue One, Mando Season 1 and 2, Skeleton Crew, Andor. Unquestionable, phenomenal Star Wars. I like how he puts Star Wars in quotes because it's not Star Wars. It's Star Wars.
Yeah.
Not Star Wars. Those are most of those are, if not all of those, are fake Star Wars.
Skeleton Crew, unquestionable. Phenomenal.
Some of us can enjoy content without turning it into a weird culture war.
So that tells me that they haven't been here from the start when Disney was sold, or when Star Wars was sold to Disney, or when the EU was tossed, or when beloved legacy characters were destroyed. All of this weird, Civil War, our content war, our franchise war, whatever they want to call it, all happened because of Disney and Disney gaslighting fans.
Yes, I was saying, like, Disney started the culture war with their content.
Yeah, culture war,
Did
franchise war, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
You know, they didn't put Acolyte on that little list of their. I guarantee I could go onto their channel and go to Acolyte episode 5, and they are jizzing their fucking pants over the fucking best lightsaber battle since Duel of Fates, right? I guarantee if I went back and did that, I would see them doing that 100%.
We already got a Disney shill in the chat.
Oh boy.
Welcome. Thank you so much for coming and supporting and constantly get triggered by our narrative, our talk against you guys. I mean, sure. I mean, people are masochists, right? And this is another way of someone coming in and just wanting to continue to get triggered and makes them feel good, you know? So more power to you, Mr. Ruben.
Peter Rackus, also watch Caboose's reaction to Superman. I'll tell you what, I will put that on the schedule for Wednesday because tonight we are roasting Disney Star Wars, fake Star Wars, and the Disney Star Wars shills. This is Star Wars Celebration. But I will put that on the list for Wednesday's show, which is probably going to be a banger. And also before the stream, I'm going to have to find an It's Green clip. But for now, I guess I'll just play John Getz's Girl. So John Getz gifted 50 Mr. Grizzy memberships before the stream.
That was not a cat.
No.
She really holds up her hair like she's really doing the job. That is fucking hilarious.
Did you know that apparently Howard Stern, her
Mhm.
reactions are so bad. Howard Stern saw them and ripped on her for her fake reactions, apparently.
Oh, wow.
We
Yeah, I heard about that.
We discovered that on a members on I believe it was last Sunday or the Sundays before members only stream. Always discovering some gold on those members only streams. So all you guys who got gifted memberships tonight, make sure to tune in. Usually this time on Sundays, but we're doing the real celebration tonight. So we didn't have one tonight, but
you found
always
the
finding
footage of
some
that?
gems. Yes.
Okay.
Of
I'll
her
have to
doing
check
it.
that
Yes.
out.
And I think, of her doing it. Yes. It was on that guy who edits these people's fake reactions for free. So they go on his podcast, the guy who's gave us the Kyle Katarn gems. And so apparently Howard Stern ripped on her for her fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi. Holy shit. But John, man, thanks for the 50 Mr. Grizzy memberships, man. I'm going to need an It's Green clip 100%. But
Let's go!
and following him up, SWA gifted 5 Mr. Grizzy memberships as well. Thank you, SWA.
Yo, let's go.
The 5 gifted 55 Mr. Grizzy memberships. God, you guys are just killing it. I can't even keep track. And then King Chris gifted another 20 before we even got going tonight, man. Thank you guys so much.
Let's go!
Oh, fuck. Let's go.
Any excuse to play the Let's Go clips. And Glitch Man for 20, I'm going to need an It's Orange clip. I do have an It's Red clip, but I'm not going to sit here and tell somebody to send me $100. Anyway, but the clip is back there somewhere. I'll have to find it. Glitch Man for $20. Oh, how the shills hate us and call us mean. Their sacred duty to Ben Solo and Rey Palpatine. Yet 6 long years of shill videos later, their desperation has never seemed greater. Now let's get those fake criers on the screen. I think I got something for you. No, wait, that was genuine. That was genuine. My bad, you guys. My bad. That was genuine. 100%. Thank you, Glitch Man, as always, dropping your great poetry at the beginning of the stream. Always appreciate it. Thank you. And SWA for $5. Last night, Mrs. Fraud said that he loves the EU. Is that Mrs. Dash?
That's one of the toxic Disney shills that came in all triggered by our EU stuff. And yeah.
Well, hopefully they drop in tonight. I have a feeling they'll love this stream. Last night, Mrs. Fraud said he loves the EU, Rogue One, and Andor. Also, get this. He thinks that Cassian Andor is better than Kyle effing Katarn.
Maybe the YouTube fake Kyle Katarn.
Yeah, maybe that guy. Maybe the racist. And maybe the clan.
He's one of Muller's shills because you know they are after after purist for his video. Yeah.
At least Andor isn't a racist.
Hello there, Kyle Katarn here, coming back with another reaction.
These Andor shills, like they just love Rey. They just love Disney Star Wars, and like they're in the closet about it. And because like Andor is like the hip show that all these fucking idiots are like latching on to and doing the Hope grift. So it's just their way of like quietly coming out of the closet and saying, "Hey, I'm a Rey lover. I love Disney Star Wars."
Indeed. Well, all right, you guys. I think we got 163 people in the chat. Thank you guys for tuning in. I think it's time. I think it's time that we get going on with a special, very special segment of a very special segment of shills being shills. And, you know, I figured that we should just start with, what the hell is it? There it is. We should just start with, I just wanted to revisit this because it's one of the funniest things ever. Our boy, the man who is swimming in puss more than Darth Melvin and I and OG Star Wars will ever get combined. Only kissed a woman the first time at his wedding. Nasser, who this guy needs to come back.
The guy who could teach Han Solo some game.
Yes, 100%. I just wanted, we're going to, he knows in the chat. Yes, I just wanted to revisit for those of you who missed it. Just the fact that, you know, he's not a fan of Han Solo. He just doesn't like him.
This is so 80s, but you have to.
So this is his reaction to Empire Strikes Back, a movie that most people, even the shills, like for the most part, but he doesn't like, I don't know what this camera angle is, putting it in the very center. I've never seen that before or since. 16-minute video, by the way. It looks very transformative.
Yeah, maybe he thinks he won't get a strike if he puts his image right in the middle, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
Do you know how many subscribers he has?
He has 50,800 subscribers.
50,000. Looks like an amateur to me.
Yeah, this guy was a Disney lover. He only became a fan of Star Wars because Disney bought it, and he's a Disney lover. Long story short. So this likely, we're just going to go through this really short and quickly just because we talked about it a little bit on night one. But yeah, so here's his reaction when Han Solo first shows up, or at least first shows up in his video in Empire Strikes Back. He's I just don't like him.
To respect it. I really don't like Han Solo.
He is triggered by Han Solo because Han Solo.
He's just triggered by his face. He's triggered that, like, yeah, this guy gets some. This guy got some around the galaxy, man.
Yeah, like women, like growing up, like women, like during the early times and all the Star Wars out, women, like young girls were like swooning over Han Solo.
They weren't over this guy? Come on. You gotta be. He doesn't even do anything, doesn't say anything. He just shows up in the movie. Now keep in mind, the last time we saw Han, he saved Luke's life in A New Hope, and then got an award from but he winked at her. I guess that was kind of misogynist when he winked at her.
Yeah,
at the end of the movie. So that was the last thing he does.
Yeah,
that was sexual harassment.
This guy's profile, his fucking nose. Oh my god! I mean,
He has done videos where he did his, wait till you hear this. He did the Marvels review, which he loved, by the way. He did his review for the Marvels in a burqa.
Well, he must be very proud. Very, very proud. And he probably doesn't even treat women with respect either. It is what it is. It's culture. They don't respect women.
Hashtag arranged marriage.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't like Han Solo. It's actually like jarring how much I don't like his character.
It's jarring, you guys. It's jarring.
And I know he's supposed to like redeem himself, and he tried to in the first one, but I just really do not like people who are arrogant.
Oh, he tried to, but he wasn't so successful. He tried.
He tried destroying the Death Star and saving everyone's life. That's not good enough. I'm sure this guy could do better.
Don't like his character. And I know he's supposed to like redeem himself, and he tried to in the first one, but I just really do not like people who are arrogant.
He tried to, like the first time you tried to have sex, you tried, but it just things didn't work out,
He missed the fucking point of the whole arc for Han Solo. Holy shit. And this is where you could tell this idiot's triggered, because this guy goes from selfish to selfless, helping Leia find herself as a woman and stop being so, I guess you could say, masculine in staying in the stance of the warrior for a woman, and letting her soften into relationship and love. Something that he probably could never do.
It just sums up these degenerate shills. It's like Han Solo helps Luke with the destruction of the Death Star, and he's on his keyboard like, I don't like Han Solo. He didn't redeem himself. It's not good enough.
I bet you the budget for this movie is a lot.
Okay, so OG Star Wars, you mentioned being triggered earlier. Well, we got to get to the scene, the very, very bad scene that I'm surprised made it in the movie, which is Han Solo and Leia in the cockpit. God damn it! I'm gonna have to hunt for it.
You're not like Luke either. Doesn't like Yoda too.
I think he said Yoda was like his favorite character. No,
like
until Rey. I'm sorry, until Rey. Then
Until
Rey was
Rey.
his favorite, and then Rey was his favorite. Here it is. I found it. And then
Didn't
Rey
he do
was
a
his
movie
favorite.
rankings?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Force Awakens #1.
Get over yourself. Get over yourself.
Oh my god.
Get over yourself. Well,
He's
he should
about
be
to
asking
erupt.
permission.
He is so triggered because he don't have fucking game like that.
Why is he holding her finger? Why is he rubbing her finger?
Oh my
He's rubbing her
God.
fingers. It's like he's holding her fucking hand. He's massaging her hand because she hurt her hands. Dude, what the fuck? Yeah. Okay, pause it there. Look at his expression. I bet you this is not about Han Solo, but more about Leia. He probably wishes Han Solo could touch his hands and caress him and kiss him
Yeah, if this was two dudes, he'd be all for it.
Look at his face. He looks so appalled. He's fucking gay. Look at that face. If you're appalled by a guy with game like that, kissing on a woman as attractive as Carrie Fisher as Leia, this guy is fucking gay. And I mean, sure, more power to him, right? More power to him, but yeah.
Definitely a fan against gatekeeping. Definitely. Oh, thank you, C-3PO.
Well
Does
done.
Does he have an opinion on Kylo Ren? And I'm sure he's a Reylo. So he
I
doesn't
believe he was.
He doesn't like this relationship, but like he's a Reylo, approves of Kylo Ren, who's a fucking murderer.
Probably,
it's like it doesn't add up. It's like Han is a bad guy, but like Kylo Ren, he murders people, but like Reylo, cool.
All
Just
right.
a fake fan.
Yeah, so Darth Melvin, you might be familiar with this next person.
Oh boy, look at this guy.
Sexplained.
Yep, Star Wars Sexplained. And
Current 2024 Shill of the Year. He's tied currently 2025 in the lead.
yes, and I might have a nominee. But speaking of Shill of the Year on Darth Melvin, I might have a nomination for you a little bit later.
Nice.
So pay attention because it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. But what else is pretty bad? So they did Star Wars Sexplained, and Molly Damon did their weekly what is it, podcast or whatever. How many fucking Neils is that behind him? Jesus fucking Christ.
Their background is like so non-Star Wars. Like it's just amazing.
Shit. I haven't really
They went
sat
out
down.
of their way to make it like not Star Wars.
Yeah, I have not really like paid attention to his background other than spotting some key characters, but damn.
Yeah. So they're talking about the Mandalorian and Grogu here in the beginning, and basically how Avengers Doomsday, because Avengers Doomsday was set to release like around the same time as the Mandalorian and Grogu, and they're relieved because like they even they understand deep down that like, bro, if even despite the many problems in the MCU, they know deep down like, well, people are going to go see the Mandalorian and are you going to go see the Mandalorian and Grogu, or are you going to go see Doomsday?
Polly.
Like, the casuals are going to see fucking Doomsday. Does anyone disagree with that? Not a fucking retarded puppet.
Well, speaking of puppets, Polly says, why does he have so many of these dolls? Something popped. Oh shit, that's hilarious.
He fucks that Cobb Vanth doll for sure.
Oh yeah, that's who that is. Jesus fucking Christ. I didn't even know who that was.
It's all my fault. But this kind of works out because we were struggling.
Molly, I have sunglasses on and Molly's fucking shirt is burning my retina. Like, what the fuck is that bitch wearing? I don't know what's worse, that or the man leg shorts. Seriously, I don't know.
To think of like what to discuss for last week in news, and on Friday something newsworthy happened.
Yeah.
So Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars were going to come out in May of 2026 and 2027. Well, they've both moved to December, which means that is clearing the way for Mandalorian and Grogu. And
Did Molly give him a haircut or something? Someone went a little wild with the clippers.
Oh, on the
It was so bad. Yeah.
That is a horrible fade, bro.
I was like, don't skip leg day because look at his legs, but I didn't really pay attention to his hair.
Oh yes. Oh, by the way, everyone, make sure to keep an eye out for Grogu. I'm gonna have to take I am drinking this evening, chat. So I will be keeping an eye out for Grogu.
So you're only taking sips for Grogu then. That's all.
We're not playing. I'm just having, unless the chat like forces me. just casually drinking tonight.
You guys send a $5 super chat having him take a drink.
Which means that is clearing the way for Mandalorian and Grogu and for Starfighter.
Yes.
Wow. How convenient. Now, how much you want to bet Disney looked at that and was like, oh, fuck. Like, oh, fuck. We can't, we can't release these at the same time. Star Wars is going to fucking bomb. So they're desperately trying to make moves to try, and which means that probably the excitement for these movies are not very high, if you ask me.
So, yeah, Star Wars is back in May with no Marvel competition.
Which, I mean, when they announced that both of these movies were coming out in May, right next to an Avengers movie, everyone was like,
guys,
did we learn nothing from the whole Solo?
That's why Solo bombed. Thank you, Sexplained, for that.
Look at his face. He's fucking insane.
Yeah, look at that face. Oh, not my face. That's maybe the dog. Maybe the dog is just off camera, Melvin. What do you think?
Oh, Doggate is real. Doggate likes to lick his nutsack, and they make edits. They cover it up. They could just close the door and lock the dog out, but like for some reason they like the dog to come in.
I think it gets them through like the rest of the. I think it gets them through like the rest of the. It gets that energy going. When you got some excitement going on down there, because all know the dog is probably better at it than Molly is. If we're being perfectly honest.
It looks
Yeah,
like
the
he
dog-
has the dog down in his lap for his expression on his face. Hey, I'm returning back from checking on my cobbler, and all I see is this image of him like he's getting something from the dog, but
He's definitely got more action with that dog than he has with Molly for this entire marriage.
All right, you guys. So there's another statement about this.
Moved into that area. I don't remember. Like we didn't even see Avatar 2.
Yeah,
So I'm not keeping up with when Avatar 3 is coming out.
Avatar and
Right about that hair. Look at that.
It's like
it is
What
so
the
fucking
fuck?
badly done. It's like he kept his sideburns and then tried to do some kind of like line. It looks like it's a fail. It looks like someone's idiot kid took the shavers and tried to do something with the hair, and he's like, okay, I'll just leave it.
the sideburn is like on an island of its own. Kind of looks like
Right.
the state of Florida, like when it like hangs around the ear.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Oh,
For
okay.
our geography experts in the chat.
I wouldn't let Molly shave his junk.
Marvel can fight over December.
Yeah, give Star Wars a chance.
Clear
in
the
May.
clear the way, you guys. Star Wars is coming back to theaters, and we need this W.
We need this.
Why does he like wearing? Why does he like wearing?
See, that was some truth getting like, oh, we need all the help we can get. We need the least amount of competition possible for this movie not to bomb at the box.
He
Right.
definitely slips up from time to time. Like he knows Disney Star Wars is trash. I don't know how much he actually enjoys it, but I do think he's aware that it's garbage, but like, he pushes it anyways because Kathleen Kennedy pays his electric bills. And I think Molly, I don't know what she really thinks of it, but she just likes the cute characters. She's just a straight up fake fan.
She is.
Likes the
And
money rolling in.
Yes,
Yeah,
she
I'm
likes
going
she likes the culture war that Disney
Right.
has started in these shows as well. Big times. You saw with the
Right.
Acolyte. Her favorite show.
Yeah, I'm just going
Like-
with what they're wearing. Like her shirt is so baggy. Usually guys will wear a comfortable baggy shirt and not one that's too form fitting. The only time I've seen people who wore really form fitting are those, like the body fitness junkies and stuff like that. But look at this. I don't know what's going on here with these two and their clothing. I don't know. I'm just
Moving into last week in fandom, we've been noticing some interesting comments over the past week or so.
Battlefront 3.
Big trend.
Battlefront 3.
I guarantee Molly has never played a single
God.
second of any of the Battlefront games, by the way. Molly, I guess Molly was listening to you because she changed her clothes.
she changed her clothes. He's wearing the same outfit.
And I want to point out that Sexplained, we caught him on a previous video where he was wearing short shorts, like about as short as Molly's, and the shorts I notice are longer in this video. So I don't know what's going on. Like either he was wearing Molly's shorts or like it was laundry day and it was just an old pair or something. But yeah, maybe a video needs to be made on that.
Shortsgate. So apparently, yeah, so there's this like movement that's going on to try and force Lucasfilm Games to make Battlefront 3 and EA to make Battlefront 3, Star Wars Battlefront 3, because the second one was just so memorable,
just
question
been-
mark.
It's just been lately, it's just been constant L's from our side. People supporting Disney Star Wars. It started with Revenge of the Sith. It really just started with Skeleton Crew kind of buying into the fun narrative and not ripping on it. And then you had the Revenge of the Sith. Oh, let's go see it in theaters. And then like celebrating how well it's doing with Disney giving it its money. And then the Andor supports. And now the Battlefront 3 bullshit, it's just like Disney Star Wars is fucking shit, and it hasn't been a good look for the past few months.
Yeah, so we're gonna get into like this movement that's going on like really
Okay.
quickly. I'm just gonna let them introduce the issue to us.
Battlefront 3 is huge right now. Even Wilman Pack chiming in. The actor
It's the
who played
hottest
Wilman.
new club in New York, Battlefront 3.
But the big push for Battlefront 3 to happen lately.
I
There
did
should
not
be a bigger
understand
push to
why-
fix that fucking haircut. Jesus H. Lucas.
At least finish,
Uh,
shaving off the sideburn at least.
And MK Shill Ultra here, Molly Damon.
Yeah, I think this is the sex scene that she desperately wants on her shirt there. Sabine, was that Hera and Ahsoka?
Oh,
Right.
disgusting fucking shirt.
why or where this started or came from. I just started seeing comments on our TikToks that just said Battlefront 3, and I was like, what is going on?
They're trying to ride this wave into like the return of Star Wars is back, and they're trying to manufacture, like Darth Melvin was just talking about, all of these W's for Disney Star Wars. Like started with Skeleton Crew, and then the Revenge of the Sith re-release in theaters, and then Andor, and it's going to continue with everybody going back and playing Battlefront 2, which we're going to get into right now. Let me pull up the channel. So
It's working! It's working!
oh my God. Okay.
And if you're wondering with the Battlefront 3, you just saw the biggest shills pushing the Battlefront 3. So if you want Battlefront 3, the sex planes do too. The big time Disney shills.
All right. So chat, some of you might recognize this guy. So I got to remind everyone that Bombastic here was not paid by Ubisoft. He was not paid by Ubisoft to shill for Star Wars Outlaws. He was not. He told us 6 times in his review of the game that he was
Has he
not
made
paid.
anything recently on Outlaws?
I don't believe so. I'm going to go to his channel here in a second. I just had to play Star Wars Outlaws.
Star Wars Outlaws? Oh!
Never gets
Louise
old.
Julie's favorite game.
Did
So
you-
I want
is
you
there
to-
no? I don't think there's any gameplay of Outlaws with Louise Julie.
No, I guarantee she did not play that game because of us.
Yeah.
Like it's basically like we exposed. And this guy went on the same shill vacation, Ubisoft, Disney, Lucasfilm, Star Wars paid shill vacation that Louise Julie went on. But he wasn't paid. He wasn't paid by Ubisoft. He just got invited to Ubisoft Studios to try out the game. He got sent to Disneyland for a day with VIP access. He got flown out there as well. He said that they flew him out, and he got the game for free. He also got this with what's the Cal Kestis game? Survivor.
Okay, the Survivor one? Yeah.
Yeah, he got this with that, and I believe he got this with that might be it. I don't know. But look at
And
this.
I think he signed something that says like he's not going to rip on the game if he didn't like it.
Yeah, I think they're supposed to have like some kind of non-disclosure kind of thing where they have to talk up the game.
Non-negative disclosure.
Yeah, non-negative. Yeah, non-negative.
So Darth Melvin, this was who I was going to, by the way, Darth Melvin's stream is on Tuesday. This is who I was going to nominate for Shill of the Week, because look at this.
Wow. Look at those Battlefront 3.
He has made 5
5
Battlefront 3 videos in a week.
That's crazy.
And they're all basically the same. Battlefront 2 is peaking. Let's make Battlefront 3. The Battlefront 3 hype is working. Yes, Star Wars has finally changed. Okay.
This is 2 big shills that are pushing the Battlefront 3.
This is how we get
and there's
Battlefront
more.
3. Yeah, this is how we get Battlefront 3. 3 days ago, 2 days ago, Battlefront 3 is completely out of control.
What a grifter.
Yeah, and look, he puts Revan in the most recent thumbnail. He puts Revan in the thumbnail
listening.
for
They're
Battlefront
listening.
3. And they're listening, implying like what? They're putting Revan in the game. We're getting a Knights of the Old Republic battles. Battlefront. They're going back to the Old Republic for Battlefront. Like, what's that supposed to mean? And it's working for him because look at the views the fucker's getting. 374K, 154, 162, 272. The one with Revan.
But I mean, look at Acolyte. That didn't work. That campaign didn't work. You know, so what do you think that how this is going to work if they can even get Disney to, you know, extend Acolyte for another season, you know?
And Disney does not care what anyone thinks. They don't, whatever people want, they're not going to listen. And it's surprising that people like don't understand that. Like they still think that they listen, that they will make real Star Wars, George Lucas Star Wars. It's just Disney Star Wars. It's going to continue to be terrible, and people are going to continue to be miserable watching it.
So this guy gets it. So like we'll get into some of these videos. I got the timestamps of the best part, and they're all basically the same shit, just like hyping the game. And he's basically telling people, like ordering people, go play the game. So Disney Lucasfilm game notices. And they're like trying to manufacture this movement, this hype to get people to go play. People who otherwise wouldn't be playing the game. Otherwise, why is this guy telling people to go play the game? They're trying to manufacture this false narrative that everyone's going back and playing this game in order to try and get them to make Battlefront 3.
It's working! It's working!
It's working!
I'm so excited. You guys are crushing it. You're doing it. Battlefront 3 is making noise. We are all spreading this message together. And I thought the video I made the other day would have some impact, but I didn't realize just...
And he's taking credit for it. He's trying he's gonna try and say that if this game gets made, it's because of him.
Right. That's what
he's gearing up to try and do. He's like, I'm not going to take here
together. And I thought the video I made the other day would have some impact, but I didn't realize just how much impact. No, we don't have any official announcement or anything like that yet. I don't.
I didn't know it's to that. You guys are just
huge impact.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's going to happen for a long, long time. We're merely expressing interest that we would want to see Battlefront 3 made, but we're seeing that so much. I posted this tweet the other day sharing that the Steam numbers for the Battlefront 2 player base keep going up. The graph keeps going up. And the thing got like 11,000 likes at the time of recording this. My tweets never get that many likes. It's wild. The amount of people that are engaging with this, the amount of people, the resurgence Battlefront 2 is happening.
Music in the background. It's like it's fucking Yub Nub. Fucking end of episode. That's what you should have used, man. It's like, god damn.
The amount of people that are engaging with this, the amount of people, the resurgence Battlefront 2 is having again, and the clear want for Battlefront 3 is more prevalent than ever. The fire is well and truly burning, and we need to keep that flame going. We need to keep that spark going. We need to keep throwing fuel on the fire.
And how do we do that, you guys? Wait, good God, is this guy playing golf?
It looks like it.
That is a horrible golfing stance. Yeah, that's a cheap looking driving range too. Where the fuck is that at? That is a cheap. That's like, what is it, $5 or like $2 for a bucket of balls?
He's like, I'm winning, and I'm also badass at golfing. Oh, that's pathetic.
But yeah, no, like I said, like if you can't, since we can't get the fire, since there is no real hype for it, we're gonna manufacture it. And like that's basically why this guy has made 6 videos in the past 9 days trying to hype this, get this game made.
Even on Instagram, I posted this story of me hitting a ball at the driving range and said, waiting for Battlefront 3. This story has more engagement than any other story I've posted in like the past several months. And these two small examples, I think.
Bad at it. People are just at all with everything. It probably has nothing to do with Battlefront.
Hey,
well,
golfers
he's comparing
in the chat.
it to Star Wars Outlaws.
I mean, which he was not paid. I'm sure he won't be paid to hype this either. You know what I think it is? I think he just wants to get invited to another premiere, another free trial, another early access, another free demo of the game, another Disneyland paid vacation, VIP access.
King Chris with the badass reply. Probably not the first time he paid to play with balls.
Zing.
A proof that this is what players want. This is what Star Wars fans want. We want Battlefront 3. Hey everyone, it's Andrew. Now, each time I've checked the Steam chart for Battlefront 2 in the past few days, it continues to go up. The 24-hour peak of players continues to rise. And we're getting near the all-time peak, which was from all the way back in January 2021.
The game came out in 2017. I have a feeling that it was higher when the game first came out, but that's right. Me personally. I have a feeling. All right, when's this next clip at? Whoops. All right, 145 is the next clip.
Star Wars event, the numbers were a lot lower. People are enjoying Battlefront 2. They're returning to it. And the memes that have spawned from this movement.
He does this in every video. He's just like reading memes, reading people's like comments and like threads of like some of these tweets and everything. It's every single one of these videos. He does it.
Oh, wow.
Eddie, the Battlefront 3 and 2 memes are making me laugh.
Good soldiers follow orders.
Also, I just want to say a quick sorry to all the Reddit moderators who got flooded with Battlefront 3 content over the last few days. I hope you all see this as a positive thing, as people just being excited about the future of Star Wars games and the potential for a game like this to ever be made. I also just want to say that, yes, there is a huge chance we're all just shouting into the void that Battlefront 3 never gets made, that we continue to just play Battlefront 2 into the future. And even if Battlefront 3 never gets made, I'm sure at some point someone will make a new Star Wars multiplayer game. It seems.
By the way, did you guys play Battlefront 2?
I have not had a chance to play that. I have to. I have 2 games that I want to start. I don't know which one to start with, either Knights of the Old Republic or Dark Forces. So I'm debating on which one to start. That's a tough one. Yeah.
I feel like Darth Melvin is a Dark Forces guy and I'm a KOTOR guy.
It's can't go wrong. But I've not played Battlefront. I've played like a handful of Star Wars games, but not much.
Did you play the original Battlefront?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't play that either. Yeah, the original is great. So the EA Battlefront, Battlefront 2, and Battlefront, and both of them were like basically they were riddled with microtransactions. Like you had to like purchase skit, you have to like purchase literally, it was like literally pay to win. Like there were people who would buy the game and they would purchase all the upgrades. And then their freaking like hero characters would be like goated as fuck and they just run through the map and fucking end people. If you didn't buy that shit, you were at a disadvantage pretty much. And that was like the ploy they did. They tried to get you to, yes, exactly, Red Jaguar, pay to win. And Battlefront, so basically what Battlefront is it's Battlefield, also made by EA. It's Battlefield with a Star Wars skin on it. Several of the modes are exactly the same. Several of the gameplay modes are exactly the same. It's like 50 on 50, instead of tanks and airplanes, it's ATSTs and starfighters and shit, right? It's the same exact game with like a Star Wars skin on it. The first one, it came out in 2015. They didn't even have a campaign mode, a story mode. It was just like an online only experience. And the second one, Battlefront 2, they gave it the campaign, but it has the strong female protagonist. And I forget her name. Does anyone remember her name in the chat?
For who again?
What?
For what again? For
Battlefront 2.
Oh yeah, I don't remember their.
It had the chick who was like, her dad was like an Imperial officer, and then you play 3 episodes on the side of the Empire, and then you go into the between episodes 6 and 7 timeline.
Yeah, they got you in the chat. Yeah, they got you in the chat.
Eden Versio. Okay, yes, thank you, chat. Eden Versio, yes, horrible name. Eden Versio, and she so like I think it's like the first 3 missions you play on the Empire side, but because we can't have her be on the Empire side, they just switch places. Even though she killed numerous rebels, she switches sides, and then you fight with the rebellion, and then I think there's like a DLC where you fight with the resistance and everything, and then there's like big name like Ray, or not, I think Ray shows up. Like Leia, Han, Lando, and Luke, and they all show up as just like play these characters, but you just follow that character around. And the campaign is like, there's a reason nobody talks about that. There's a reason this guy's not even mentioning the campaign. It's fucking terrible.
I just hit him with a shill alert on Twitter.
Only, I mean, I don't see why he's a shill. He only made 6 videos in 8 days begging for this game. I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah, that's
we're kind of dialing down what it means to be a shill here, are we? Maybe not. Good shit. We're only on the fucking first video, you guys.
Oof.
So 320 is the next soundbite. Let's jump there.
We need a Battlefront 3. Please, EA, give us Battlefront 3. We need to ride this peak.
Oh, yes, all he's doing is just reading these. Yeah, there's quite 1 in 4. What is it? 1 in 4 people in the country are fucking retards. Yes, we know. Thank you for explaining that to us.
Noise and attract eyes. We can get Battlefront 3. Give us Battlefront 3. Look at everyone talking about it. Look at the hype that's being spread. You guys are doing this. EA has to notice the player count.
Imagine if we created hype like this for Avenging Star Wars. With all the people that don't claim to be shills or Disney lovers jumping on the Battlefront 3 bullshit. How about they push the hashtag Avenge Star Wars?
I think that would do better than this. So he's just going to all the Reddits. He's going to like all the tweets, the Twitters, the X, and TikTok and everything, and just saying, look at how excited everybody is.
Nobody's listening. This decision isn't necessarily up to EA. It's potentially not even up to Disney.
Star Wars doesn't
Sorry, what?
He's like, nobody's listening. I'm like, because Disney, Star Wars doesn't like you.
And like, what's the deal with wanting Battlefront 3? Why not demand an Andor game? You could just like have long conversations, and the plot could be scattered, and you could like take naps.
Take naps between each
I
quest.
believe. I'm not gonna. What chat? Was there a Rogue One assault. DLC? Was there a sexual assault?
See which woman can get out of it faster.
Father Bix's child.
Yell at people is Luthen. Everything.
The thing is like, how does she know that it was Andor's child? Like, I mean, she was raped at least one time, right? I mean, I haven't watched. I know she has gone through similar trauma when she got the sexual assault.
I think Tony Gilroy, I don't know if he like said literally it's Andor's kid, but he said he wanted to end it on a positive note. I mean, who knows if that's really his kid or not?
Yeah. The way like everybody seemed to want to jump her bones no matter where she went. You don't know. What if she was a big whore and that's why people wanted to jump her bones all the time?
Yeah, I think it's very possible she went to that planet, got away from Andor, and then hooked up with the first guy she saw, and then he abandoned her because that's the life of Bix.
Now I have this next clip circled, and I don't remember why, so I'm going to pay attention here. I made sure to circle this one in my notes.
Who played it after it was cancelled, and who also played it following the terrible launch that Battlefront 2 had.
Money!
Oh, yes, so the terrible launch that it had. Yes, we already talked about that. Oh, I remember. Okay, I remember what he's about to say. All right, I'm going to go back. I remember now, and it's hilarious.
Okay. Fans, the more hardcore Battlefront fans, people who've played heaps of the game, who still played it after it was cancelled, and who also played it following the terrible launch that Battlefront 2 had.
Money!
If Battlefront 3 was to ever get made, there needs to be enough time that has passed from Battlefront 2's release that people have kind of forgotten about the whole microtransaction problem.
We just need to forget about it. It's like
keep campaigning. Forget about
like-
all of it, but let's keep campaigning.
kind of like Daenerys, kind of like how Daenerys kind of forgot, about the Iron Fleet, right, chat?
Typical Disney Star Wars fan or the people on our side, it's like, well, the Acolyte was bad. Well, it's canceled. Let's forget about it. The only thing they don't seem to forget is Rey, but more movies are coming with that, and eventually they will they will know the power of the Disney side.
Indeed. So that was video number 1. So then he does another video, kind of tying into this, but not really, saying like, yes, Star Wars has finally changed. I guess this came across like he was like shilling for Disney Star Wars and didn't get quite as many views as the rest.
Right now, it feels like things are finally changing for Star Wars. The franchise that's certainly driven me insane over the past few years, as I'm sure it has with some of you, the ups and downs, the peaks and valleys. And I think right now we're at a really interesting point with the renewed excitement in the franchise. I've always loved Star Wars ever since I was a kid, but at times it's certainly been a love-hate relationship.
I guarantee this guy, by the way, I caught his Acolyte review. He refused to criticize it. Basically played the whole it's not for me angle, but I'm not going to criticize it
because he probably hated it, but he doesn't want to admit.
Yeah, now it's safe. Now it's safe. You can squeeze it in a video like this.
Mm-hmm.
But at this exact point in time, following the success of Andor Season 2, following the success...
He's a fake fan.
Mm-hmm.
Too afraid to criticize the Acolyte when it's happening, and then he sneaks that into his video now. Doesn't think Disney's going to notice? Doesn't want to lose his access?
Hide it in a video that says, yes, Star Wars has changed. For the better, of course.
Of re-releasing Revenge of the Sith in cinemas, making it the most profitable re-release in cinemas ever of any film. And even with the resurgence of Battlefront 2 and also the Star Wars Fortnite content we're getting, it feels like finally, for the first time in years, the majority of people, and not the minority, are excited about Star Wars.
Why would anyone be excited about Disney Star Wars because Revenge of the Sith was re-released and made money? What does that do for Disney Star Wars other than fund it?
Mm-hmm.
What does it do for the quality of it? Nothing.
Nothing. And I just put in the chat. So, okay, if Shills are even saying that Andor saved Star Wars, then they know it was bad from the start.
I'm seeing a lot of Andor fans saying it yep, and this is the last quote unquote good Star Wars that we're ever going to get. So even some know, according to them, it's like a blip on the radar.
Mm-hmm.
And I love how he says Star Wars, and then he just immediately pans to Andor.
Majority of people, and not the minority, are excited about Star Wars. But after such a...
Because now the Andor, what did Andor rank on the Neilson? Wasn't it 5th?
I didn't see the ranking, but I know it said something about 700 million views, but it accounted for 15 episodes or something like that. So season 1 and 2. I can
find it.
It counted for both seasons, not just season 2.
And it's highly manipulated because they release 3 episodes a week. Exactly. They did that on purpose. So despite all the people glazing it on Twitter, it's no one watched this show, and it was really expensive.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it.
It's all good. Poor Mon Mothma, they just totally fucked up her character. But it's all good writing. It's masterclass.
Welcome to the rebellion.
Well, now this is interesting. So there's 2 different ones. Let me share this tab.
Okay.
There's 2 different ones. So the one I saw, it was ranked at 5th. And here it's despite releasing 3 episodes a week and having 15. So this is week 1 and having 15 or 12 already out. The overall Nielsen numbers, it barely cracks the top 10.
This is fake news.
And then here the original series Nielsen ratings, it's 4.
And then how long were the episodes? And how long are the episodes of these shows on here?
The other shows, most of the other shows on both of these lists have to have at the very most like a third of the hours released that week than Andor did. Andor has probably like 3 times as many available new content with their show than these other shows do, which gives it an advantage. And
Right.
it still
The watch
in the overall barely cracks it. And in this one, barely cracks the top 5. So like the real number, you would want to divide it by 3, and that would be like a more accurate number when compared to the other shows. And if you do that, it on this list doesn't even crack the top 10. And this list, obviously, it would not crack the top 10 either. Which I said from the beginning, the reason that they are releasing 3 episode increments is because nobody watched Skeleton Crew and it never cracked. So they're like, oh, what can we do here? Well, it kind of has these 3 episode arcs, right? Which they did not do in season 1, if you recall. I think the first 3 episodes they did, but then they did it single episode releases after that. And then they saw that and they saw what happened to Skeleton Crew. Didn't Gilroy say he wasn't a fan of that? Or he kind of just like rolled his eyes like, oh, well, go do what you got to do.
I don't recall. There's so much that Gilroy has been going back and revisiting and explaining for fans. It's kind of funny because, they all say, oh, it's masterclass intelligent writing. But then if it was, then, I don't think Gilroy would be out there trying to explain these scenes to these idiots who think that they are intelligent on what was really going on in the show.
Right. Okay, so let's see. Let's move on to the next bite, which is at 1 minute and 45 seconds. And just like I said, all of these videos.
I think right now this could be a really healthy thing for Star Wars, because as it stands right now, the next major release in Star Wars in gaming, movies, and series is the Mandalorian and Grogu movie, releasing in cinemas May 22nd, 2026. I think this is really healthy because it's going to give us fans a chance to miss Star Wars, to revel in the heights.
To forget about all the bad that we previously got, like he mentioned earlier. Are people going to be talking about Andor in 2 weeks from now, a month from now?
No, it's on to the next thing. You'll have people that will bring it up every now and then, but Tony Gilroy is done with Disney Star Wars. The character Andor is done. If they're smart and they understand their stupid ass fan base, which they don't, they would incorporate Andor's stupid ass son into future projects, because the same people that are it's blue, it's red, they'll be they'll be glazing those shows. So Andor is done with. It really going forward, it is Filoni, it is Favreau, and the savior Tony Gilroy, the guy everyone is praising. He's no more.
No more, yep.
A new game, and it seems like Disney are understanding this in a way. Bob Iger, their CEO, mentioned, I think a few months ago, that they now understand they need to treat Star Wars a little differently, that it's quality over quantity, that they can't necessarily just keep pumping out these shows, that they need
So again, he's admitting that that Star Wars is poor content under Disney. That's exactly what he's saying right here.
We got The Mandalorian and Grogu, and we got Ahsoka season 2 next year. That kind of seems like quantity over quality to me. And both of those are Dave Filoni projects. And which means, go ahead.
He's saying they're pumping out shows. The Acolyte, we've known about that show for years. Andor, we've known about that show for years. So there was a lot of planning.
The Acolyte, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't the Acolyte the only thing that they released Skeleton Crew between 2024 and 2025, December and January? As for 2024, wasn't the Acolyte the only live action Star Wars that year?
Yeah, in June.
Yeah.
But it's like we've known about it since for a long time, like 2021, 2020.
Right.
To be more selective about which.
All right. And I think I have, yes. Okay, so I have this one circled as well. Let's see why.
Characters, the conflicted emotions we feel for both characters on the good and bad side. Now, I know we all love the prequels now, but when they originally came out, the prequels were the most hated thing in the Star Wars community.
Oh, he goes down that fucking narrative. Oh my God. They all do that. It's like, come on now, you guys. Yeah,
which means
some stupid idiots who made like some product against George Lucas. But the internet wasn't that predominant as it is today. Like it was like in its very infant stages, I guess you can say. And people absolutely loved going to the PT, watching the PT. I mean, there was lines for days for it, big support. And people think just because you hate a character like Jar Jar means you hate the PT for whatever reason.
Yeah, pretty much. You know what he's gearing up? He doesn't say it here, but it's like, you know what the argument is then, which means that in, another several years, 5-10 years or so, people are going to feel the same way about the prequel or the sequels. That's the argument right there.
Yes, but we're already 10 years into one show and still people are not liking it, our movie, and still people are not liking it.
Yeah.
So
rewriting history like they do. So this one, which one was this? This one, I think it was this one right here. This
Hey guys,
was like the worst.
this weekend.
This was like the worst one. And I'm probably just going to end on this one because I didn't have a whole lot for the next one. So it starts at 20 minutes, 20 seconds.
Of players playing Battlefront 2 through Steam. And
Back
Steam
to
shows us that
Battlefront.
the all-time peak for Battlefront 2's play count is 10,345. I want to break this record. I want us to destroy this because I feel this will be a very clear message that's sent to EA, to Lucasfilm, to Disney that, hey, we are so interested in a new Battlefront. We love Battlefront. And if we're able to break the Steam play...
So this is fake. If you're telling people, if you have to tell people to do it, it's fake, right? Now, isn't this the same thing, real quick, what's up, Raging Rhino?
Yo, happy Star Wars Day, everyone.
Happy
Star
Wars Day.
Star Wars
Day.
Real Star Wars Day.
That's right, 25th. How y'all doing? I've been listening in. This guy's an idiot.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're just exposing a grifter.
The thing for me with this guy, let me just say this. Dude, what makes you think that just because quote unquote Andor's good and Battlefront and Revenge of the Sith coming out in theaters, what makes you think that they've turned the corner? That Star Wars is now going to be better just because of this little stint of, in your eyes, some positivity. And then when people talk about the prequels as well, and they go, oh, the amount of prequel hate, dude, you can only speak for yourself. If you didn't like the prequels, tell us you didn't like the prequels. Because especially back then, we didn't have the internet the way we do now, and it's been debunked so many times that if you hate Star Wars, if you hate George Lucas Star Wars that much, just be honest and tell us that you hate George Lucas Star Wars that much. Fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they're acting like it's gonna change, but like this wasn't Dave Filoni that made a Andor. This was Tony Gilroy, who's not touching Disney Star Wars ever again.
Oh,
but maybe Dave will change and become more of a Tony Gilroy, or they'll hire another Tony Gilroy.
You were talking about now the Civil War that has shifted between Gilroy and Filoni now, and you know who's in Gilroy?
No, that's not a thing, is it? That's not a thing, is it?
You haven't seen that last week?
Oh my God.
Yes, it was like the Park Place where wrote that out in one of their articles, and I think there's a couple of channels that did cover it.
There's a new Civil War at Lucasfilm.
Yeah,
are there more people covering that?
Oh my God!
There's more people covering that bullshit.
There
I've
was.
seen a couple. It's leading from the guy we're going to get into here in just a little bit. I just want to say real quick though, this like, you know, like generating like the fake hype and everything, like, isn't this the same thing that they like accuse us of doing with regards to like review bombing or dislike bombing shit? So like it's okay for them to say like, oh, we got to come out and universally get together and support something, but when a majority of the fandom gets together and rejects something, that's toxic, that's unacceptable, they're racist and bigots if they do that. Funny how that works.
Doomsday
account, which was set over 4 years ago, I think we'll be sending a very clear message. Hey everyone, it's Andrew. All you have to do to be involved in this is on this Saturday.
So here he is. Okay, go ahead, Rhino.
I was just going to say, it's all about sending like the message to Lucasfilm. If you went and saw Revenge of the Sith in theaters and helped that be successful, you showed Disney Lucasfilm what kind of Star Wars you want. Bullshit. They've got whatever they've got planned out. Not that it's much of a plan, but they've got it laid out. Dave Filoni is a big part of that. You want to say that Dave Filoni had nothing to do with Andor? Man, based on his position, he looked over Andor. Like, you know, and he was the one that allowed one of the pieces of canon that he bought into it to basically be like... Anyway, I don't want to I keep talking about the fucking bullshit that happens in that show. And it's like, okay, you want to say the writing was good? Okay, it was better. It was better than any of the other fucking stuff that Disney's done. I'll fucking, you know, agree to that. But that doesn't mean that this is fucking good Star Wars at all, by any stretch. It's fucking retarded. We're allowed to nitpick the shit out of something like The Last Jedi and do like 10 videos that go for 6 hours long each. And we're allowed to, you know, talk about the story threads and how they don't fit and ask the questions and everything. But, you know, as soon as you ask those same questions about Andor, it's like, no, sorry.
I just could not bring myself to care about any of this brilliant dialogue that they're having between each other. It's meaningless.
Okay, this guy was sorry. I know I don't really want to derail it too much. This guy was in the chat the other day on one of our things, basically sort of calling me out. You want a piece of evidence, and this is just one tiny little fucking thing. The tablets that are in Luthen's store to the access to the world between worlds are sitting in Luthen's store at the same time that Ezra gets shown them by the wolves on Lothal. A complete inconsistency within the canon. But I'm not allowed to nitpick that because it's well written. Go fuck yourself. Like, that's one tiny thing. And I haven't even gone into full detail. If you don't know the canon, then you don't know the canon. I'm sorry. But like, fuck. We're not allowed to basically talk about these story threads that don't fit. Mon Mothma, why didn't she do this? Why did she do it this way? What's going on here? Doesn't make any fucking sense. But no, it's okay because it's well written.
It's just Andor sexuals where it's like they don't like George Lucas Star Wars and they claim not to like Disney Star Wars. They're just happy jerking off to Andor.
My God.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, I don't know, it just, they're coming into the streams of real Star Wars Celebration crying their eyes out. Like, they are nothing but fake fans and Rey lovers.
And there's the classic Disney Star Wars excuse. It's not a big deal, bro. Those tablets didn't ruin the show.
You made me think for a second. It's not a big deal.
You know,
canon could be whatever you want it to be, man.
You know, it's not a big deal that Obi-Wan and Vader faced off again in the Obi-Wan Kenobi show twice. It's not a big deal either. Like, no.
It was cool, bro. It's peak Star Wars. Why does it matter?
And I also just argued the point that it is one of the best written things, but like, no, your points still have no value. Like, fuck off.
So, you know, he says if you don't like Andor, you don't like good storytelling. I bet you he can't even write a really intelligent dissertation to even pass for a PhD or something. That's all I got to say about that.
Just like get like a Tony Gilroy cutout and like go at it, man. Like that's what he wants. He's got a lot of sexual tension, you know, built up. Just unleash on that Tony Gilroy cutout.
All right. Anything else on Andor?
Sorry, I completely derailed. I apologize.
Oh, you're good. I was just gonna say, I just couldn't bring myself to care. I mean, I was proud of myself for making it halfway through season 2. It was just like you know, I found when I was watching the show, I can't even count the number of times that I had to go back and and I didn't even watch it at 1.5 speed like I normally do watch Star Wars, because you know it's just right. But I'm like, this one, I just could not bring myself to care. I would zone out. I would get up out of my seat and go do chores instead of living. I hate doing chores, you know, a woman's job, right? I get up out of my seat and go do chores rather than watch the show. It just, and then it was like episode 6. I couldn't even, every character in that show, you know where you're going to end up. You know, Andor's going to live, you know, So Granada, Pocante. You know,
I really don't like that character.
You know, he's gonna be all right. And like all these other characters, you know that they're either gonna be written out of the show or killed off. And it's just, I don't give a shit about any of them.
You know, if it was absolutely magnificent masterclass writing, even in the very, very slow scenes, shouldn't that have captivated you still? If it was such intelligent masterclass writing, it shouldn't have bored you, right? I mean, that's how, you know.
Now that is a good question. See, the thing about the prequels is, though, it had characters that we cared about. People wanted to see how Anakin Skywalker became Darth Vader. When people saw Rogue One, when you saw Rogue One for the first time, was anybody asking, "Oh, I can't wait to see how Andor got to where this position where he was in the rebellion"? Was anybody saying that? It's the same as the Han Solo movie. Go ahead, Melvin.
I laughed my ass off when I found out that they were making a show about this character. I'm like, who? Who is this guy?
I didn't know who he was.
The movie.
I didn't know who he was.
We wanted to make 5 seasons of this. 5 seasons? Like, it's insane.
And it's
they
like
spent a lot of money doing it too.
It's the same thing with the Han Solo movie. Like, no, it's like well, we don't want this. We don't need this story. Nobody wants this story. And that one bombed at the box office.
And I will say this, Rogue One would have benefited from Rogue One coming out after the Andor show, because it doesn't mesh well. Like there's the connective tissue where he's like leaving to go on that mission, and he comes back and he's like on that mission that he's leaving on at the end of Andor. But like just the way the characters are and stuff, it's very
after Han was killed off in TFA. Yes, exactly. You know, people wanted to see how Anakin fell to the dark side. People wanted to see his final standoff with Obi-Wan Kenobi. People wanted to know more about the Emperor and that shit.
Well, this is the thing. I think he can answer that question for himself. If you're a Star Wars fan and you were excited for the prequels, why were you excited for the prequels, knowing where Vader was going to end up? Like, dude, yeah.
Anyway, back to Battlefront 3.
Very clear message. Hey, everyone, it's Andrew. All you have to do to be involved in this is on this.
Oh, and yes, exactly. So he's planning a day. He's literally saying, get on and play this game at this date, at this time. Run up the numbers to get Lucasfilm Games to notice this, and thus take notice and make this game.
That was yesterday, so I wonder how successful.
A very clear message. Hey, everyone, it's Andrew. All you have to do to be involved in this is on this Saturday, the 24th. Load up Battlefront 2 on whatever platform you play on. Preferably, it would be on PC and Steam, so we can break the visible chart that we see here.
Give Lucasfilm your money and buy this game.
But also, if you don't have it on PC, play on PS4, play on PS5, play on Xbox, whatever it is. Let's absolutely flood the servers this Saturday. Let's get everyone playing online. If we do this, if the player count spikes, if they see this many people playing Battlefront 2 at once, this many years after it released, 8 years later, then I'm sure someone will notice. This will send a very clear message that, hey, we aren't done with Battlefront. We would love Battlefront 3.
Clear message.
Clear message, just like they try to do with Acolyte. Clear message.
Wow. Yes, this is renew the Acolyte all over again.
Did any of you guys? Any of you guys play the campaign to Battlefront 2?
I unfortunately did.
Did you?
Yeah. I don't really remember it all that. Like, I don't remember it all that well. There are parts of it that stand out to me when Luke goes to whatever their version of Mount Tantus is and gets like the compass, which then you see in which one is it? The Last Jedi, I think. And everybody like jizz themselves because it's like, that was the compass that he got in Battlefront. Or when did Battlefront 2 come out after that? I think it was
2017. It was around the same time as The Last Jedi. I think
anyway.
It was before they had Last Jedi DLC.
Their video game stories actually have been pretty bad. Like playing Jedi Survivor and Fallen Order. Like I'm glad I didn't get what was the other one? Outlaws or whatever. And I'm not getting any more games. I'll play all the old ones now. But like the story, the gameplay in those two games was actually quite enjoyable. But like the story, especially in that second one, tying into the High Republic and everything, that was horrid. That was really bad, the story in that one.
Yes, Jedi Survivor, yes. Vader was treated very well in that game.
What platform, if we all jump on Saturday at the same time, even if you don't play a game, if you don't have the time to play, just load into Battlefront 2 for 5 minutes, open the game, open it on your computer, on your PlayStation, wherever it is, so you contribute to the...
So be fake so we can get a Battlefront 3.
Hold on, Alora has to go before you continue. It looks like Alora's got to bounce. You got to bounce?
We're going to go here I'm going to go here pretty soon. I'm going to finish this up right here with you guys.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, yeah, just about. I think I got one more clip from this guy.
Yeah.
Let me see. I got two more, 610. And then we got to have, there's another conversation that needs to be had. We kind of teased it a second ago.
Feeling so passionate about this, guys. It's incredible what we're doing here. We're so close, guys. Everyone wants this. A player count is rising. It's trending on TikTok. Oh my gosh, Battlefront 3 is literally...
He's just going, every one of these videos just going through, oh, people are talking. Just NPC content. All right, last one.
We have to get the Battlefront trilogy. It must happen. And I feel like we're at a point now where the message is so clear. The player base is rising. It's rising every day. The numbers we're seeing here aren't even the real numbers. I'm sure it's even higher behind the scenes. Like so much higher. And the fact this
it's a bit like the shows. The numbers are higher behind the scenes.
Yep. Exactly. Oh, did OG Star Wars just bounce for good? Okay.
Bounce.
Just okay. She had enough.
Yep, she
had enough, man. All right.
Definitely
We'll make sure to go
gonna nominate him for Shill of the Week. That is pretty bad.
Yes, I definitely think so, dude. See if he wins. Tune into Darth Belvin's stream on Tuesday.
Dude,
I'm sure there's going to be some competition.
I remember
maybe back-to-back victories for Mauler, with his simp that he's got in the chat, we could just give it to Mauler. That would piss off a lot of people.
All right. So I keep getting yeeted, I think, because we have the wind really raising hell in our area. It's like did something to the internet. We have to reboot and everything. But I do seriously have to go now. So thank you so much. Again, keep us alive. And I can't wait to keep doing this Star Wars celebration with you guys, sharing Star Wars, true Star Wars in front of everybody, celebrating it, and even ripping on the shills and stuff. So thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, as always.
Thank
you, OG Star Wars. Make sure you subscribe to OG Star Wars. Her link should be, actually, I didn't post everyone's links in the chat. Someone want to talk for a second while I do that real quick?
All right. Deuces, you guys. Talk to you later.
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 Yeah, if you want to get some lore and some EU lore and shit, go and subscribe to OG Star Wars. I was going to say something, but now I can't fucking remember.
I'm ready for Joshy.
Yeah, it's about time for Joshy. It definitely is. Okay, so everyone's links are posted in the description of this video as of right now. All right, before we get to Joshy, let me knock a couple of these out. You guys have continued to completely kill it. John Gets Gaming for $2. If Han wasn't arrogant, they all die on Yavin. But oh yeah, what did the guy earlier say? Like, oh, yeah, Han tried, but he didn't redeem himself for saving everyone.
Oh yeah, that was so stupid.
Rhino, that's how men are supposed to act, by the way. Oh, Rhino.
Yeah.
Also, I wanted to say this earlier and I forgot. Bombastic guy we just covered on Battlefront 3. He is of your country folk. I don't know if you got that from the accent.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Any explanation? Any explanation?
Well, there's a lot of retards in my country. It's an unfortunate truth right now.
Smorgan for $2. No, Han means he could ship and fap to Raylo.
Yeah, no, he doesn't like Han, but I'm sure he likes Kylo Ren.
Oh, another quote from that guy. Rey beating Palpatine in TROS was better than Luke and Vader in Return of the Jedi, because in that movie, Palpatine just fell down a hole.
Like, you're just a fake fan. That's why we call people fake fans. You're a
Who
fake
said that?
fan.
Male feminist said that.
Oh God.
A guy who didn't watch Star Wars until Disney got Star Wars.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Oh yeah,
and then they like cover Star Wars online. They're just complete fake fans.
I don't know why Rhino went away just now. Anyway, Glitchman for $2. I'd love to see Braceface watch Goldfinger next. James or any James Bond. Be perfectly honest. Bottle thrower for $20. Bottle thrower. We need to get like an it's orange and it's green. We need to get like all the colors. I think wasn't Balin's lightsaber orange in Ahsoka?
Yeah, we need to find.
I gotta go
clips,
through and find some of those.
all the fucking colors, compile it together. So if you guys ever see anything, just let us know.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get every super chat color right. We gotta get
you could turn it into like a gay song with all the colors of the rainbow.
You could like
And
remix
then, like,
it.
Yeah, remix it into some to make it real gay.
We're back, baby.
Oh, back. I don't know if it'll get as gay as that.
Wow.
But
that's what some of these people are with like their Andor dolls. Oh God.
The crazy thing is that it's when he puts the doll down towards his groin area that he looks up and goes, "Oh God."
Rhino talking some trash on the Bendu.
The Bendu.
Fuck the Bendu.
I miss when he had I miss when he had beach blonde hair. He needs to do that again. Bottle thrower for $20. I can't wait to see the new Pedro Pascal movie, said nobody ever. Like, which one?
If we can just go away from Star Wars for a second, just the Fantastic Four movie. Like, I despite what I'm hearing, and like, you know, obviously female Silver Surfer and all of that other garbage that we're hearing about it, but like, just the fact that Pedro Pascal was cast as Reed Richards turned me off from pretty much the word go.
Yep. Same for me with The Last of Us. I mean, I knew what was coming with The Last of Us, but like that just made me laugh.
Do you reckon we're actually going to see him in The Mandalorian and Grogu? Like, do you reckon we're going to see him?
I think so. I would say.
Well, but the thing is he's done the whole helmet thing. He's rejuvenated himself with the helmet, like not removing the helmet because he swam in the bath.
He hasn't kissed a man yet. He hasn't sucked dick or ate somebody's ass. You know, you saw that video of him, like, I don't know, deep throating a fucking, like, whatever the fuck that was that's going around of him. I think he's a sexual predator, to be honest. I think that desperately needs to be called out more. Like, I've seen the thing. He likes to fucking grabs women on, grabbed what's her name from Fantastic Four on, like, the red carpet that one time. I think Pedro's a sexual predator, and I think that needs to be called out.
And the reason why Grogu went back to the Mandalorian in the Book of Boba Fett is because he's got what's that syndrome that you get when you start
Stockholm syndrome.
Stockholm syndrome. Grogu's got Stockholm syndrome. That's the problem.
There you go. Like, makes you wonder. Might make sense why Bella Ramsey is so fucked up after shooting season 1 with him when she was under 18. Anyway, okay, let's move on from that. Thank you, Bottle Thrower, for the $20. Red Jaguar for $2. New nickname for Bombastic, Clickbait Queen. Yes, Ryan, did you see that where he put Darth Revan on his Battlefront 3 like e-bag video?
Oh no, did he really?
He had Darth Revan on there.
Of course.
SWA for $5. Bro, thank you guys for all of these. He has a lot more clickbait videos on his Bombastic Clips channel. I do have that channel on the list as well. Haven't gone through it yet, but he is on the list. Lime Man, it's green, member for 4 months. Battlefront 2, 2005, greater than any EA, Disney, Star Wars. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I even like the first one. Played the shit out of both of those. Red Jaguar for $2 for a bucket of Joel's. I'll pass. Darth Angel, member for 9 months. Just wanted to stop by and say happy real Star Wars Day. Fuck the Shills. Fuck Disney. George Lucas Star Wars will never die, despite how hard these people try.
It's true. And you know why it'll never die? Because true Star Wars, as it's described, you know, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, is timeless. That, like, there is no identity politics. There is no, you know, real world elements. Like, there is inspirations, but it's very, very timeless. And that's why Star Wars was able to survive for 3 decades on 3 or 4 decades even on 2 trilogies, basically. And then a massive expanded universe, which people dove into at their leisure.
Mm-hmm. Good shit. This Red Jaguar, thank you. Dropping some blues.
Oh, it's blue! It's blue! Oh my god. All the colors of the rainbow.
I was that excited when Ezra built his lightsaber too in Ahsoka. You guys know.
Oh my god.
I did a whole Red Jaguar for 5. I did a whole school project on EA Battlefront 2 and how broken it was from leveling to the ridiculous pay to win mechanics. Got an A+ for exposed. You know what would be good? Some of you younger people, if you're doing a school project, you should expose a shill as a school project. I think that would be a very good school project. Like, if I was a teacher and I had like a multimedia class, I would just be like, make a video. I would just take out the list of shills. If I were the teacher, I'd take out the list of shills. It's right here. I'd say, pick anyone on this list and just fucking make a diss video or a diss track, or just fucking just call them out or something. I'd give everybody an A just for the effort, honestly. I think
like write like an essay on why Sexplained is a Disney shill and why Doggate is real.
Yes, do a summary of Louise Julie's OnlyFans or something. I don't know if I'd want to know about that, but
why Darth OnlyFans deserves restitution.
Red Jaguar, it's blue for another 5. Bombastic equals Chris Stuckman for Star Wars video games. Oh, bro. Chris Stuckman's Madam Web review of Star Wars. Yep, 100%.
Was that clip of that dude saying it's blue from when Ezra builds his lightsaber?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Because it was the same. What was his master's name? It was the same color as his master's.
Yeah.
So you probably find an orange. It's an orange from Ahsoka.
Yeah,
in
for
that
Balin.
first episode.
Yeah, I might have to go through. I might have to go through and hunt. Anyone in the chat has some free time, goes through and hunts.
Do some research and try and
just,
find.
just send me the video and the timestamp. I will shout you out for it on the channel.
And then Rise of Skywalker, yellow, like with Rey. Like I'm sure you might get some idiot.
I don't know. There's like pink. I don't know. Pink might be tough. It's pink.
Or you could also possibly find some people talking about how the color is changing from the acolyte. You know, when she bleeds it, and the lightsaber changes. Like, oh, you could. Oh man, could you imagine getting somebody saying, "Look, the lightsaber's transitioning," and like you could put that into like an LGBTQ song about all the colors of the rainbow and lightsabers.
Oh my god!
Awesome.
This is a song about mental illness. It's black. Well, that's Molly Damon on Friday nights whenever, you know, her boyfriend comes over. Okay, A. Marcellus for $5. I'm playing Revenge of the Sith, the video game, 4K 60 FPS via emulator in honor of the 20th anniversary of Real Star Wars Celebrate. I played that game. I liked it. It was weird because that came out before Revenge of the Sith and it like spoiled the movie. I mean, like we already know, but like it actually had scenes from the movie in it, which was really weird. Like it had Vader like rising up on at the end of Revenge of the Sith. I was literally in the game before the movie came out. I like went out of my way not to play. I had the game. My parents bought it for me, but I went out of my way not to play it.
And then you also had the alternate ending as well.
Yep. Oh, yes, that's true. Yep. Fiend gifted 10 Mr. Grizzy memberships, bro. Thank you.
Woo! Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
The goat. I miss the goat. We haven't gotten she's been crying her eyes out for The Last of Us, but yeah.
You could do another remix with Let's Go.
Yeah, you could. Like between Darth Melvin and I, we have like tons of Let's Go clips, man. Fiend, thank you for the 10 Mr. Grizzy memberships. Red Jaguar for 5. These people don't realize that real Star Wars fans and now general audiences can see right through them and all of their lies. That's why they got to fake it. They got to make fake hype until they make it. Fake it till they make it. And Brandon the Awesome for 2. The real Battlefront 3 is Elite Squadron on DS. And finally, Dr. J, it's orange. We're going to have to find that clip for sure. $20 super chat.
Oh my god, dude. God, dude.
Wow.
That was for Kenobi, because as we all know, Kenobi was a very exciting show. Dr. J for 20. This week, woke podcaster Mr. Sunday Movies called the Sexplains the #1 in Star Wars lore. He also said women don't find Henry Cavill attractive. And I wonder why. Agatha and Daredevil are peak Marvel. I'm moving to the USA. Is that you moving to the USA, Dr. J? Or
I want to move to the USA too.
Oh yeah, Dr. J.
Yeah, Australian $20.
Good shit. That needs to happen.
Explain when if you can point out one video where the Sexplains actually explain some lore.
There's a lot of Disney lore on the channel, and what they specialize in their shorts is changing George Lucas Star Wars, like the originals, and incorporating the Disney canon in the shorts. It's like, oh, you have a question about what happened on the Death Star. Well, he'll reference a Disney Star Wars book that will let you know what happened. It's like every short he does, he sexplains the Star Wars.
Yes, and any plot holes that Disney Star Wars creates to George Lucas Star Wars, he sexplains that as well to try and fail, by the way, but to try and make it make sense.
He usually fails, but his fans are too stupid to realize it.
Yes.
And not only that, but also too, there will be people out there that will make the same argument for Star Wars theory. being the #1 Star Wars lore channel out there, and it's like,
Yeah, I see that all the time. It's fake news. The real lore channels, we got them in the Gatekeepers Alliance.
you got Matt Wilkins as well. There are people out there.
It just
That-
there's a lot of frauds that haven't read the expanded universe that pretend they know everything about Star Wars, and really, at the end of the day, they're just shills.
Yeah.
And they want to see Dave Filoni Star Wars.
This is the thing. I don't think I could even pick just one person. Like, there's Matt Wilkins, there's Ryan Kennel, there's OG Star Wars. She knows a lot. Purist. Man, the list does go on. Like, I don't think if there was one that I could say that I reckon knows the most, it would have to be Ryan.
Yeah, he knows quite a bit.
Yeah, he definitely does.
Shit.
He knows more than I do.
Oh, man, he knows more than I do. I go to him and ask questions.
Nice. Dr. J, man, $20. Thank you so much. And yes, I was looking for you in the chat. I didn't see, but if you are moving to the USA, yes, good shit. Good shit. We're going to have to do. Go ahead, Melvin.
I need to just kind of take a few month break, kind of pull a Jacob, and hit the Vong Bong, read a bunch of expanded universe novels, but actually read them and not pretend I read them and tweet about it. So I need to pull a Jacob.
Fun fact, I just started Heir to the Empire. I accidentally got the abridged version, which was like 3.5 hours long. I was like, what the fuck? Why is this 3.5 hours? I had to refund my clip and get the actual one. It made me think, I was like, I wonder if these fucking frauds are getting the abridged versions and they're just going through it in 3 hours. It's like a 13-hour book from start to finish. And then they're only doing the abridged version. I was like, I wonder if maybe that's what they're doing.
Well, Star Wars Theory did get the abridged version.
On Wikipedia, yes. Oh, my God. All right, so both Darth Maul, speaking of the Lucasfilm Civil War between Dave Filoni and Kathleen Kennedy, despite Kathleen Kennedy promoting Dave Filoni to Chief Creative Officer at Lucasfilm, apparently there's a civil war going on between the two of them. Now, Darth Melvin and I both covered this, but we didn't talk about it together. And Joshy is really hyping this. Go ahead, Rhino.
I was just going to say, before you push play, I've found Josh's little comeback to Star Wars quite eye-opening. He disappeared. He disappeared last year because he knew, I guess, that it was just going to be all shit, or he did see that it was going to be shit. But the way that he's now come back and slinging the hope the way that he is, and the rumors, honestly, this guy, I reckon for the last year, he's been sitting there writing down what all the rumors he could come out with, moving forward could be, and he's just now ticking them off the list. That's what it honestly fucking feels like. Yeah. This is ridiculous.
100%.
He went to sell his fake comics
or his sources, and it's man, fuck off. Seriously. Go on, Melvin. What were you going to say?
He quit Nerd Theory. That show got a lot of super chats every week. He quit that because he thought he was a big shot, wanted to do his comic, and that comic has not been released. To my knowledge, looks like he ripped off his fans, realized he's a loser, and then Theory, look what's going on his channel. He's got Mrs. Dash and Stupid Ass Wave there. That show is a failure. And so they both need each other. And right around that time, Josh is like, you know what? I'm going to be back in Star Wars. And it's just been going nuts. Been going nuts with the hopium, sucking off Dave Filoni. And I think this is a huge video that he put out that indicates what his plans are for the next year and a half, 2 years. And it's not good.
But the other thing that's been revealing about all of this too is that it seems that Theory just sways with the wind. Right? For example, Josh comes back and they do that convention or whatever together. And it did seem like some of the things that Josh was saying, without really rolling his eyes, you could almost see Theory sort of in his head rolling his eyes at some of the stuff that he was saying. But now Theory's basically pushing some of the same stories, some of the same bullshit rumors.
Josh seemed like
based on Josh's information.
Josh seemed very pessimistic as far as like low as he can get for Disney Star Wars. Like he was probably at a low point, and now it's all like it's full on hopium. It's full on riding Filoni's dick.
Oh, Greg, no, I'm not just figuring that out now, but like it's been very evident since Josh came back. Like Josh disappeared, you know. Theory's been talking a little bit more with Mauler in the time that he wasn't with Josh, a little bit more with Ryan in that time as well. And then, you know, he didn't watch Andor and all of that kind of thing, although it looks like he's going to go back and watch it now because everybody's told him to watch it. But then, like, Josh comes back with a vengeance with all these fucking rumors and stories and this and that. And like it almost reinvigorated fucking Theory's hope. It's like, wow.
It's like, look at the title of this video. It's like Josh is now Doomcock.
Yep.
If you thought he had like any credibility, no, like this is who the guy is. He sells fake comic books. And is there a Lucasfilm Civil War? That has been debunked up the ass. I've got multiple videos on it.
Yeah.
And it's just like common sense, like there was no Lucasfilm Civil War.
It's so easy to break down, cut apart.
So I don't know. I got some more to say on this, but we'll check out some of the clips and I'll add to it.
Yes, I got a lot. I actually have a lot from this, so probably some stuff that you might have missed. I think I got most of this, but I'm curious. Rhino, have you seen this?
No, and I hate this guy's voice. I just hate Josh so much. Like, this is going to annoy the shit
so
out of
this
me.
is going to be good. All right, let's brace yourself, chat, for some casual rage.
Yeah.
So, this is
his source inside Lucasfilm, Joanna, whoever the hell that is.
Said was that she had heard that Dave Filoni was a gatekeeper at Star Wars. And he was actually really, as opposed to the perception you get of him on stage when he's all smiles, a big cutthroat behind the scenes and very protective of the Star Wars brand.
That's
I think
such bullshit.
Very protective.
You know, if there was one thing that Dave Filoni is protective of, it's his creations.
Exactly.
It's his characters. That's the only thing that he is protective of. He doesn't care about the canon. He doesn't care about the lore, and he certainly doesn't care about the continuity of any of those things.
Yeah.
The only thing that he cares about is his characters. So the only real reason why he would be so cutthroat in scripts or in editing or whatever is so that it makes sure that it props up Ahsoka or fucking any of them.
Why else is all these big name, these George Lucas characters, right? The fucking icons, like why are they all showing up in his show? Why did Anakin show up in his fucking show? Ahsoka. Why is Obi-Wan Kenobi, which he reported as well in a previous video or stream, reported that Ewan McGregor was going to be back in Obi-Wan Kenobi in Clone Wars armor for Ahsoka season 2. Reporting that as well.
But also, too, if Dave Filoni was so cutthroat, then he wouldn't have allowed Tony Gilroy to fuck with Bail Organa so much. You know, if he's there, like, you know, all characters and lore and continuity and character, you know, all that shit, like, you know, there's the most recent thing that if Dave Filoni did look over it, didn't make corrections, in fact, allowed those things to happen, I don't think he's really doing any of what you're saying, Josh, despite what your source has to say.
Yeah, but we got to get to the good shit.
He described him as somewhat of a wall that other projects had to pass through or around or over.
Around or over, so they don't have to go. They don't have to go through Dave Filoni. They go around Dave Filoni or over Dave Filoni.
Over his head. Yeah, I think a lot of things like go over Dave Filoni's head because
I think a lot of things go over Josh's head.
Oh, you know what? Honestly, I don't even know how much she talks about this, but we know from reporting from Harloff that
Christian Harloff is his source. By the way,
Yeah,
I mean
he likes to suck off Harloff.
Does he really? Good Lord. Yes, because, Christian Harloff. Last Jedi was a 9 out of 10. Oh, no, it's a bad movie now.
Like, he's got
4
the
years
tongue
later.
out. He's like, ooh, Christian Harloff. Young Ahsoka.
Young Ahsoka.
Wow, young Ahsoka.
This is Josh's source.
Such a weird clip.
The way he's rubbing his hands, like, it's so creepy.
Oh, like the things I would
Wow, young Ahsoka.
Well, with all that, it sounds like you've got a pretty big night planned, huh?
Wow.
Dave came in and changed Acolyte a bunch. He cut that shit up, changed it all around, and this was an example of.
And
him
this is still what we
asserting
got. Yeah, hang on. Dave Filoni chopped up the Acolyte, and
apparently the Acolyte was like 10 times worse, and Dave Filoni fixed it. Rhino, he fixed it. He fixed the Acolyte.
So it was reported that the scripts went through Filoni. So as bad as it was, and like everyone is pretty universal on the Acolyte being absolute dog shit, it all went through Filoni, and Filoni gave it a stamp of approval. And so here, Josh, I believe he's trying to twist that narrative. Instead of being like, oh, Filoni is just a Leslie Headland simp. No, Filoni actually fixed the scripts and made it slightly better. And so I think that's completely fake news, but I still don't care because the final product made it onto Communist Plus.
yes, and if Dave Filoni was being, let's say, quote unquote, loyal to George Lucas, he would never have allowed that to even be made.
Yeah, he would have been like, Kathy, like, there needs to be more wolves in it, and like, we can't have this.
No, like, as much of a feminist as Filoni, do you really think he would be comfortable changing a lesbian woman's completed work? I
don't think he made any changes, and I think if you asked him, he'd be like, oh, I love the show.
Yeah.
Leslie's great.
Well, I'm pretty sure there was an interview that was done where he said, like, he thought it was good.
He signed
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
I don't think he's lying. I think he genuinely likes the show. I think he loves the show.
I think if anything, he added shit to it. That made it
I
work.
think he wants Leslie to come back.
I think he might have added Ki-Adi-Mundi. I said, like, Dave, why didn't you take Ki-Adi-Mundi out of it since you love George Lucas continuity? So he probably said, I'd like to have a George Lucas character in there.
I reckon it was Dave Filoni that added in Plagueis, or should I say Plagius? Because, because do you really think that Leslie Headland knows who Darth Plagueis is?
Maybe.
She might know the name, but I doubt she knows who he is.
But do you really think that she understands it enough to know, like, Darth Plagueis or now I'm saying it like that. Darth Plagueis around that time period and stuff like I just don't think she's like, despite what she says, I'm a massive Star Wars. They all say I'm a massive Star Wars fan, except for Tony Roy.
Fake expanded universe fan. Like, I think she claimed to have read some books, like maybe read like one book.
I reckon she's probably read more High Republic books than real Star Wars books.
I gotta take a pause here for a second because United Spacers Alliance has entered the stream.
Yeah, and J.I. Acup has a motherfucking fake wife like a robot. At the very least, she's a cyborg-like robot. Maybe she's just a fat ass, while we from the Gatekeepers Alliance are nothing but badasses. What's going on, guys?
Josh kind of looks like Jacob, but this isn't Jacob. Believe it or not, Josh kind of.
No,
looks
you
like
didn't
him
do
a
the thing
little bit.
already. The Starbucks employee. Have you done that yet?
I saw that. Yes.
We have to do that tonight. We have to do it, guys. Like,
if you want to pull
freaking
that
amazing.
up for, if you want to pull that up, if somebody wants to pull that up for when we get to him, I will show that to the chat. I think they'll get.
Oh god, it's so good.
It's good. We made a hilarious J.A.I. Acup discovery.
Yeah, I won't.
Viral. People
hard at
may
work.
have seen it, but it's so good.
We are hard at work finding new ways to troll these shills, and we discovered a great one today. So, Tim, I don't know how long you've been watching. Joshy here claiming that Dave Filoni fixed the Acolyte. It was originally like 10 times worse, but Dave Filoni fixed it. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, maybe this is Doomcock. Maybe this is the guy right here, right? I know that theory's been
Maybe
out
he's
there.
Doomcock's source.
That's a good conspiracy theory. I like that.
It's been out there. I've heard people say maybe this guy is Overlord DVD, because a lot of the stuff that he's been saying, Doomcock has been saying for a couple of years now. For whatever reason, these people are desperate for Dave Filoni to be the savior. If not him, then John Favreau, right? Like our friends at Yavin Based Broadcast, they need some kind of savior. But a lot of this bullshit, like, where's his proof that, oh, it would have been 10 times worse? What could be worse than that? Because arguably, The Last Jedi seems to be the watershed moment for people where expanded universe, quote unquote, decanonization wasn't bad enough. It seems like The Last Jedi is the thing, right? That said, hey, this is the last straw. It's the straw that broke the camel's back, where I'm going to go against Disney Star Wars, right? So the Acolyte arguably is worse with woke stuff than The Last Jedi. So how could it have been worse than what it already was?
Yeah.
Would they have had literal trimming? You know what I mean? Like two women doing that? Could it have been like two Jedi? I don't think they would have shown this on screen, but sucking each other off implied. Like, what could have been worse about the Acolyte?
I know what could have been worse. Instead of her putting the throbbing lightsaber at his throat, she put the throbbing lightsaber up his ass.
He said it
Try
like
this.
ruins Anakin. He said it ruins more. It ruins Anakin even more, he said. And just he doesn't go into it, but he thinks it's worse. I don't care. It's irrelevant to me. Filoni approved the final script.
Right.
This is just part of his hope grift to get people to not hate on Filoni and be hopeful for the Mando and Grogu movie, hopeful for Ahsoka season 2, and then we'll reassess after that's over, kicking the can down the road.
Yeah.
Right.
CCO power, the potentially co-president power that he's about to get.
So he's going to be the co-president.
That is not going to happen. He is chief creative officer. He's not getting any higher. He doesn't have time to be the co-president. Like, what the fuck does that mean? It's like, I don't think the president is going to get in his way. And like currently, Filoni, if you've seen The Forces of Destiny, the animated show that took place after The Force Awakens, feminist propaganda.
Yeah.
Every short in that animation, except for one, was strong women.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, there's the famous women's conference where he says he loves Rey.
Yeah. How unfair.
Star Wars Resistance, sequel trilogy animation show. So it's like Filoni has always been on board Disney Star Wars, always been a raging feminist. He is not against Kathleen Kennedy. Not in the slightest.
And this is the other thing too, is he's not going to be like a co-president. He's not going to be president. He wants to be on the creative end of it because he thinks he's been propped up as this law master by fucking retards. But the thing is with Kathleen Kennedy is I don't think Kathleen Kennedy has, maybe she does more so than maybe some other presidents or other executive producers and stuff, but I don't think she's got her fingers in the pie as much as people think she does. But the people that she employs have the same kind of, I hate saying it, like politics and the same fucking retarded view of Star Wars as she does.
Yeah. It's like,
so it's those people. And this is why when people say, oh, Kathleen Kennedy's leaving, it's like, so even if she does, you really think Dave Filoni is going to change the way he's writing his Star Wars right now because Kathleen Kennedy leaves? Fuck no. He's going to be doing the same fucking bullshit stuff that he's been doing since he started writing Star Wars.
You know, and it's funny how they always need a boogeyman. And let's just go ahead and call it out. We have a certain weirdo that replies to every motherfucking X post I make with something about Kathleen Kennedy. being a PDF file and all kinds of other stuff. It's like, what is your heart on for Kathleen Kennedy? Yeah, we don't like her, but guys, look at Dave Filoni, right? He's been in March lockstep with her since the beginning. So what is this thing where they need a boogeyman? Oh, look, she did a self-insert. They had a movie with Ray, a brunette white female. Then they had Jen Erso, a brunette white female, and so on. Well, guess what? Dave Filoni literally inserted himself as an actor, as Trapper Wolf, right? So there it is. Like, you want to talk about self-inserts? He literally did the thing. She's never played a character herself, as far as I know. So,
but also too, Jon Favreau comes in and, you know, he pitches this idea that then gets completely changed when he actually does release The Mandalorian. You know, it's supposed to be the underworld. It's supposed to be bounty hunting and no force users, all of this kind of thing. And then that completely changed. I truly believe that Dave Filoni, in his ultimate wisdom of Disney Star Wars canon, has basically, like, when you hear John talk about Dave, oh, he knows so much, he's so good, you know, go to him and ask him, does this work? Does this fit? It's like, yeah, Dave is now looking at it from the point of view of essentially his Star Wars. You can almost make a distinction that Disney Star Wars is Filoni Star Wars.
Yeah.
You know.
But there are people who have said that Dave Filoni Star Wars and Disney Star Wars are two separate things.
It's the best you're ever going to get, guys. It's the best
let me say this.
Just be happy.
If they are two separate things, Filoni Star Wars and Disney Star Wars fit together better than Disney Star Wars fits with real Star Wars.
Yeah.
I don't know. All I remember is him at that stupid conference. I'm for it. Ray, she picks up that lightsaber.
Another female.
She shows Kylo
about that.
She shows
how
Kylo what's
unfair.
up.
Yeah.
And quote from Filoni, "I'm all for it."
Like, let's pretend Disney Star Wars was like better. That's a fireable offense. Like Filoni being like, Ray is so good. I would not want someone running Disney Star Wars, whatever, with Filoni saying something like that.
Right.
But let the glazing continue here with Joshy.
It's going to be way darker. It was going to shit on Anakin.
Here we go. Here's the shitting on it.
Yeah,
the Acolyte was going to do. Here it is right here.
And from what I've heard, Acolyte was going to be way darker. It was going to shit on Anakin's legacy way more. It was going to
way more, guys. Way more.
It already did break canon, and he allowed it to, but it was 10 times worse, man. He did the best he could do.
Like, he is either a total cuck, or he just approved of everything, which I think a bit of both. I think he just loved the story and approved it. Maybe he made some minor changes here and there. Who knows? But this is fake news.
Actually,
all propaganda.
Sorry, I just need to call this out really quickly. You know, everybody talking about the rock, paper, scissors thing in Andor? And everybody's like, yeah, it's bad, but at least the writing's good. Like, that's kind of the justification for why that is okay to be as shit as that is. I'm sorry, but if you actually think about it, that's on the same level as the power of one, the power of two, the power of many. Like, that is on the same cringe and retarded level as that. So if you...
Why?
No, go.
Oh, horrible pause, Grizzy. Come on. What is this? What is this?
All right, memers.
Someone screenshot that now.
Yes, here we go.
Need a little bit of Filoni. Zip.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want a little bit of liquid. Zip.
Oh, Filoni.
It is already in the group chat, you guys. I got you. It is already there.
Filoni.
Oh yeah.
My butthole
has a lightsaber throbbing in it.
This is gonna be Josh for Ahsoka season 2.
Oh yeah.
Looks like he's singing. Okay, good lord. I got it. Any memers in the chat? Have a little fun with that.
He's showing his undying love for Filoni right now.
Yeah.
Wild shit. We already don't like Acolyte. It was already goobly glob. It was already kind of,
But Dave made
stepping
it
on the
better.
line of canon a little bit. From what I understand, it was going to be way fucking worse. And Dave came in and cut that thing completely apart.
So his fans believe it. It's like, oh, so I thought Filoni approved it, but Josh is saying Filoni kind of saved the show. So good job, Filoni. His fans are dumb enough to believe it.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. He's caught on to this appeal to authority. And I think he figured it out in the last year that his followers, the people that show up to his chat, his live streams every single week, they're dumb enough to believe this shit. So why wouldn't you go after that? But I can tell people right now in the chat, if we ever say anything that sounds questionable, then call our asses out. Oh, I have the source of this and that. No, say, fuck you, Tim. You don't know what you're talking about. Because this is complete bullshit. Like he has, from what I understand, from what you understand, from the bullshit you made up in your own mind, Joshy Boy, not from any real source. And even if it was a source, what if they're just telling him that and it really wasn't going to be worse? Because again, how can you get worse than what you saw reasonably so, right, on the Acolyte? How could you get worse?
The thing that doesn't make any sense to me, and I think this has been brought up a few times across the last few years, but the people that say, like, oh, this is the best Star Wars since the last Star Wars. This is like Obi-Wan comes out. It's the best Star Wars. The Book of Boba Fett comes out. It's the best Star Wars. The Acolyte comes out. It's the best Star Wars. This comes out. It's the best Star Wars. But then, like, after the fact, they talk about it like, oh, it's really bad, like, it's bad. Or they do say that it's saved. You know, that whole thing of like, hang on, you've been saying that Star Wars has been good this whole time. And then we get to this and you're like, oh, we're back, baby. It's saved. It's like, back from what? Saved from what exactly in your eyes? Because you've enjoyed all of it. None of it's been bad to you. So, like, I just don't, it's such a stupid thing because how do you make sense of that? Like, I just can't make sense of that. It's bad,
somebody like Cameron Pasha, right, for over a year, 2 years, was saying that the Acolyte was nothing more than a high-budget sizzle reel, and then it comes out, and it's like his credibility should be gone. But now he's out there on his Patreon saying all that shit, like it should be zero. So this thing with Joshy Boy here, okay, great. Let's pretend just for 1 second that, it could have been worse. What's going to be next? And what's going to be next? Oh, did just that side in Disney Lucasfilm get a win and get to produce the shit that they wanted? I mean, come on. Like, time after time after time, these woke productions come out with something that, like Skeleton Crew, that's not woke. That's a positive movement in the right direction. No, it really wasn't. But people will try to get those wins. But the stuff that keeps coming out that is like unabashedly woke, when it doesn't stop, how do you explain that away? Oh, that side of the Civil War won and they were able to get their production out there. You can't explain that. And your credibility just dissipates. So more people need to catch on to that, whether it's someone like Joshy Boy or Doomcock or whoever it is. So.
And Dave is for that stuff.
Yeah.
On, but I was like, whoa, what's that mean? This makes me think of recent comments from the past few weeks of Dave in Tokyo talking about how the legacy of George Lucas was so important to him. He damn near came to tears.
Oh, fuck off.
Talking about how it was important for him to fight for the legacy of what George said Star Wars was.
Laughable.
Yeah, maybe if George is some random fan and not George Lucas, right?
Yeah, it's George Boris.
George Smith.
George Smith.
George Costanza.
Yeah.
I was in the pool.
It was George Foreman.
A person that I haven't heard from in a long time. And this
Okay, he's talking about one of his sources that he hasn't heard from in a very long time. So we're about to get some. We're about to get a scoop here, you guys. Brace yourself.
Person hit me up with well, a metric ton of information about things that were going on with Lucasfilm. One of those things, by the way, was that the next big animated show for Star Wars would be centered around Darth Maul. I had that shit weeks before it was announced at Star Wars Celebration because this source is real.
Why didn't you talk about it? Why didn't you talk about it before then? Hey, there's a rumor. I've got a source that somebody come out and said that there's going to be a Darth Maul series coming soon. Oh, I'll wait until they announce it and then I'll do some videos.
Yeah.
Oh, and just say my source told me that weeks before they announced it. I just thought I'd wait.
Here's another example. So that Mandalorian poster that came out, a couple of days ago. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
I think I have, yes.
So let me just tell you guys now, I knew about that poster like 3 months ago. I just didn't say anything, but I knew that poster was going to happen, like exactly in that format and that layout. So I'm proven right, guys. I have credibility that I knew that poster was coming out. I just chose not to say anything. You can keep on playing, Grizzy. Go ahead.
If I
totally
was,
believable.
If I was to lie
on
as much.
YouTube. I'm looking on YouTube. I can't find anything that he's talking about Darth Maul on any of his clips.
Yeah.
Full of shit.
Is real. And
completely.
I'm not going to go into everything because there's a lot of spoilery stuff that I talked about.
So he's gotten more. Okay, here we go again. He's gotten more news, but he's not going to go into it, because it's spoilery or excuse. But, after it's announced, I'll say that, this was the moment when I was told about it.
With regards to Ahsoka Season 2. But towards the end of that video, one of the things I mentioned, because I asked my source about, what's going on with Kathy, right? I mean, obviously, she's on the way out, but maybe she's not. I'll die making movies, she says in the trades, the day the Nerd Theory reunion goes on, right? So it's been a little while.
That is more fake fucking news, like fucking jerking themselves off. Yeah, Nerd Theory reunion, and then the Kathleen Kennedy story drops. Fake news that has nothing to do with it. They don't care about Nerd Theory.
Nothing whatsoever.
What's the deal here, man? What's going on with Kathy? So it was described to me that there's the way that they phrased it was
it described to you or was it explained to you? Like, this guy can't speak either. Like, it's speak either. I can't speak either. This guy can't. This guy, the thing that makes this look even more like a lie is when he uses words like that.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like, you're making this up and you're trying to use words like, oh, it was described to me.
Yeah.
This was
it was described to you.
Okay. Such a lie.
I can't. It was sex-plained to him.
I don't know how this guy sleeps
at
night. It
was sex-plained to him. He was just embarrassed to say that it was.
I honestly couldn't make a video like this knowing that I'm lying. And
there's just so many of them out there. Like, they just don't care about their fucking retard audience.
Well, and that's why I think they don't.
They don't care about their own integrity. They don't care about.
That's why I think they don't look at the camera when they make these. Like, and I do it sometimes. Like, I'll be reading something here, but if I'm saying something profound, I'm going to look at the camera and say it. But a lot of these guys, I'm looking here. Because looking at the camera is like looking at someone in the eye, right? And a lot of people have a hard time lying when they're looking at someone in the eye. Correct. So someone like this guy right here, like, he can't look at that camera that's an eye of all the people that are going to see this and lie straight to their face.
Yep.
Those are the actions of a beta.
Yep. Well, let's hear what this big scoop is.
There's the way that they phrased it was, there are people within Lucasfilm that want a complete overhaul of how Lucasfilm is greenlighting projects and making Star Wars. Basically, there was a camp there that does not want to do all these Rey movies, that does not want to do Andor, that does not want to do, frankly, stuff like Acolyte, and wants to literally overhaul completely how Star Wars makes its content. And it was described to me that a lot of the stuff we've been hearing in the press about Kathy was Kathy using mouthpieces to consolidate power and control because there was this struggle going on. And I think now with these...
It's a civil war.
But there's mouthpieces. Earpieces? Mouthpieces? What are you talking about? She had to consolidate her power. You're making Kathleen Kennedy sound like the Emperor.
People pushing fake news.
Comments here. I think it's pretty obvious that this conflict is Dave Filoni on one side wanting to revamp Star Wars so that it lines up more closely with what George would have done, and Kathleen Kennedy, who wants to do two things. Number one, she wants to protect her own legacy by not making it seem like they're now just going to go away from everything that she did. But also, obviously, Kathy has stood up for different visions and different things within Star Wars, right? By the way, do you remember?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh my God.
He's just rambling. He's got to make the video. Well,
We're
this
not
is
even
a live,
halfway
this is a
through this
live
shit.
stream, so
Yeah, I got all the best parts clipped out. I went through it ahead of time. So we're not going to get through the fluff.
Joshy Boy,
I got
my
the
man.
gems.
You need to go back into your hole. You need to leave Star Wars alone again. Dude.
Can you imagine how bad his Marvel content is too? He's like, "What, Melvin? What are you saying about my Melvin or my Marvel content?"
Good screenshot for that, right? Like, Melvin, you talking shit. Now he's looking at the camera.
Melvin? What did you just say?
Now he's looking at the camera, and Melvin opened his mouth.
Bruh, Filoni, bruh.
Like Dave Filoni, and I think that especially online, there does seem to be that kind of attitude, and I think there's a lot of people that don't love perhaps the more for a child, mythic adventure. I want to say not sophisticated, but it's just a different kind of sophistication. But like, I would grant you that Andor is a more sophisticated show, right? And George's stuff is more like a fairy tale. So I think there's obviously been
Which, because it's a fairy tale, it means it's less sophisticated.
I guess that's his argument.
A rift within the fandom, especially over the past couple of years, of people that feel that Star Wars needs to branch out, reinvent itself, do more stuff like Andor. And then there are people like me.
It just needs to be fucking Star Wars. It doesn't need to reinvent itself. It's actually so easy. You know how you always hear people talking about Blade? How can they not make a Blade fucking movie? It's vampire killing fucking vampires. It's easy. Man, Star Wars is easy. The template is there. The stories are there. It is so easy to make Star Wars. What the fuck are you talking about?
Completely reject that and say, no, Star Wars is what it is. If you change it too much, it no longer is Star Wars. It's just sci-fi with the Star Wars name on it.
Which is exactly what Disney Star Wars has been the whole time. It's like Dave Filoni said, I don't want to grab all these characters and stories. It'd be rude to make it something that it's not. What are you talking about? That's what they've done the entire time. They've owned the fucking franchise.
Yeah.
Made it something that it's not. God.
I would argue that it is self-evident that the right direction for Star Wars is more aligned with George's vision and therefore safer in the hands of Dave Filoni.
Oh my God.
Jeez.
Right, because we've just had so much proof of that.
He's like
with
a
all the
monkey.
content Filoni has given us, right?
Instead of slinging hope, he's slinging shit in your face.
He's wanting that invite, right? Just like with the Outlaws game, where they can have the selfie with everyone or whatever it was. The Outlaws,
The acolyte, yeah, the acolyte. Where all the
that's
Shills
what he's
and-
wanting.
Yep.
He wasn't in that photo, was he?
No.
I don't think he was.
Like, you have to be a hardcore
Damn, that was quick.
leftist.
Oh, I have that
Hardcore-
ready to go. Yes, it's a constant reference.
You gotta believe there's like 100 genders to get like invited to something like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
As much as we rip on some of these people, yeah, like if you don't believe in, you're not a hardcore leftist, you're gonna get outcasted.
By the way, Josh, this is who Dave Filoni is making Star Wars for. This is who he's making it for.
This is the guy. Look how
Alton Molly
fucking
Damon.
happy he is that he is with Leslie Headland. This is the guy that butchered her story.
Yep.
I don't believe it. I think he loved it. I think he thinks Leslie is lovely, and if he was a heterosexual man, he would be all for fucking the shit out of her, but he's not. Let's just be completely honest here.
Yes, she's the wrong species for.
No, hey, and Greg in the chat has a good point. Where is Fat Fuck Favreau in this delusion? Where was he at? Where was he?
I don't think he mentions Favreau in this at all.
They just keep going back and forth from Favreau's the savior, Filoni's the savior, Favreau's the savior, Filoni's the savior. They keep going back and forth. They don't think we notice.
Dave Filoni.
The reason why he's not, the reason why he's not in that picture is because there's actually a civil war between John and Dave.
You don't have to agree. That's the
Nobody agrees.
Well, thank you for giving us permission to disagree with this.
Not only are we not going to agree, we're going to call you out as a complete bullshit artist.
Yeah, liar.
Complete bullshit artist here. We're not. Oh, I disagree with you, Josh. No, fuck you. You're a liar and you're a piece of shit for trying to lead on your low IQ audience with all this bullshit. That's what you are.
Has he
I
said
punch
the
you right
Civil
in
War-
between your eyes and break your
I
glasses.
think
in
it's.
half.
I think it's coming. I feel like it was towards the end, and we're towards the end here.
And I also think
I know he
that
says it.
because Andor is just the latest in the legacy line of Kathleen Kennedy. That's the thing that this report truly shows you, right? This was Kennedy's baby. Dave was like, I don't know about rape. Catherine was, I love it.
And more fake news. Like he released that story, tried to make a big deal about it, and now he's doubling and tripling down on it, still saying it's like a big issue and Filoni doesn't like it. Like it's completely fake news.
That would be pretty funny to take out of context, this statement.
You know,
It was like, I don't know.
Something like that reminds me of that post I made about, I don't know, sometime in the last 7 days. And some idiot replies to me like, oh, I like Andor. Anything woke in it, the woke elements of it were because of Kathleen Kennedy. The good parts of it were just, because of Gilroy. That's how desperate these people are for something to like branded as Star Wars. And that's how they try to compartmentalize it. It's like, dude, it's Disney Star Wars. Oh no, only the woke elements are. So, okay, you're going to say, I like Andor, but the woke elements, those parts I don't like. That doesn't even make sense. Like, you either like the production or you don't. You either want Disney Star Wars to fail or you don't, to quote Darth Melvin.
And it's like,
I don't know.
The hopium, it's such a strong drug, and he's slinging it. Those same people that are replying to you, they're in his chat right now. They're in his Discord server, and they can't stand me. They think I'm a complete clown. And I understand I could be a bit of an asshole, but I have been very consistent on Disney Star Wars being fucking terrible for years. But I'm the clown, everyone. And Joshy Boy, he's correct. He's right about everything. And Savior Josh is the savior. That's what they think.
Even those among you that currently love Andor and that are going to bat for it, or you want to defend it, or you want to say Gilroy over Filoni or whatever, all of that conversation would not even be possible had she not decided to make that show. So it's still her fault. Even your complaining is her fault. It would be like having.
Well, it's best to just categorically reject all of Disney Star Wars. There you go.
There you go.
A restaurant that made incredible sushi, and deciding one day you wanted to do Belgium.
I think that was a wrong one. It just goes off here. I think this is the Civil War, right? I feel
Hey,
like this is the Civil War.
speaking of restaurant analogies, like 4 or 5 years ago, I'd say 3 or 4 years ago, really, Greg had a really good analogy using restaurants. So I'll have to dig up that tweet at some point, but it was around like Mandalorian season 2 that everyone blew their load over back in 2020.
God.
So
I find it so fascinating that this article and this scoop from Joanna just confirms that, yes, Dave is not as nice behind the scenes. In fact, he is fighting hard.
Oh, there it is, the buzzwords. Fighting hard. Dave is fighting for us, everyone. He's fighting for the real fans. Fighting for George Lucas.
yeah, he's fighting hard to prevent his
doesn't
wife from
care.
doing like a satanic sacrifice against like real Star Wars fans. That's what he's doing.
He doesn't care who he pisses off. He doesn't care if he pisses off the Dyke Acolyte creator. He's standing up for George Lucas Star Wars, everyone.
I literally have a Doomcock clip that says that Favreau is fighting for us. This was around when Skeleton Crew was released. And
Just
he
confirms
supposedly
George
won the
Favreau is
Civil
fighting
War.
for us.
He won the Civil War. What was it, in 2021?
Yeah.
Favreau, and it's like this is still going on, and now we have a new Civil War.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because there was a tweet that went out from Doomcock after Mandalorian season 2 ended that said, "Lore and continuity don't matter as long as you get an emotional payoff." It seems that you kind of get that same thing with the Acolyte. With Andor. Actually, lore and continuity don't matter as long as it's written well.
Yeah.
All right, Cassius. Josh could very well be Shill of the Year.
It's very possible, and I will get into the big conspiracy once we get to the part.
I find it so fascinating that this article and this scoop from Joanna just confirms that, yes, Dave is not as nice behind the scenes. In fact, he is fighting hard. He's fighting hard. He's being a real hard ass about this. And he's being a hard ass because he
hard ass.
strongly feels Star Wars should align with how George saw it when he first created it.
Seriously, dude.
He is the CCO. He will be co-president. The question now becomes...
Yep. Breaking
This is an
news.
episode of The
Here's a
Office now.
scoop. I guess he let one of those rumors that he got slip out right there, so he can come back and say that he told us so. Co-president Dave Filoni.
Not president and co-president, co-president and co-president.
Well, he's also then going on with what his thought process based on the fact that he is 100% co-president. It's like, okay, man, just because you are making this up, like you're now trying to make an assumption based on that fact and that being fact. It's kind of like when people say, "Oh, this is just a rumor. Take it with a grain of salt." But I've got 10 sources that have corroborated my story. And actually, so how many sources does it take before it stops becoming rumor sort of thing? I've made this point before. You know, how many people have to tell you that this is true and this is going to happen before it stops being rumor? And then you're still saying that, oh, he's going to be co-president, basically then making it fact that is actually what's happening. And then you're going on with your thought. It's so retarded.
All right. I think we got a little bit. I think he says the Civil War line here. Or maybe I might have missed it, but we'll see. I got 2 more clips. Let it play a little longer.
How much influence will Kathy have? Will the object failure of Andor, which is predicted by me, we don't know for sure, but is the object failure of Andor the final nail in the coffin of this Civil War?
There it was.
There it was.
Civil War. I did not miss it. I knew it was coming. There it was.
Civil War, everyone.
Okay, and then this is the final clip for Josh, and we're done. We made it. God, that was a long-ass pause. Jesus Christ. Civil War. Let's let that sit for a while.
We're going to find out. This story gives me personally so much hope.
There it is. There it is, everyone. 18 minutes into the video, why he has hope for Disney Star Wars.
Story gives me personally so much hope. This guy is fighting in an environment of Hollywood people. He is not a Hollywood guy. In an environment.
Tim, are you okay? Are you okay, sir?
Oh my gosh.
Environment of Hollywood people. He is not a Hollywood guy. In an environment of power-hungry people. He is not a power-hungry guy.
He's just in charge of the creative over there.
He,
you know? That's it.
he now knows.
That's it.
He now knows Dave Filoni on a personal level. He's not a power hungry guy. He knows Dave Filoni. He knows that he's not that.
You could at least get creative and say that, hey, maybe George made a personal call to Bob Iger, right? And said, hey, put Dave as CCO, let him prove himself. Like, if you want to get like really ridiculous and interesting, you could come up with rumors like that. But he has nothing here other than, hey, just, trust me, bro.
He was just
That's
talking,
his entire source.
He's just talking about how Dave Filoni supposedly gutted the Acolyte and made it 10 times better than what it was, but he has no power over there.
Yeah.
Now. He has no
Yeah,
power.
which is it?
In an environment of power-hungry people. He is not a power-hungry guy. He is a good old boy. He is a blue-collar Pittsburgh guy. He is a Yinzer.
He wears a fucking cowboy hat, guys. He wears a fucking cowboy hat.
There's John Getz in the chat. There he is. I dare. He said it. He fucking said it.
Suck that cowboy cock some more, Josh. Jesus.
I've spoken to him. I've spoken to people that know him.
You've spoken to him.
In that world, in that environment, he is fighting for what he personally believes is right, and that is that Star Wars should be like what George Lucas had.
Oh, God. That's why everything that he's made has had no alignment with George Lucas Star Wars.
That's an incredible fucking thing. I'm grateful. I am thankful. I was a bit concerned after the whole story with the grape that I was like, how could Dave have signed off on this, right? And I almost felt like when he was damn near in tears at Celebration talking
Hang
about...
on, pause. Has this guy watched the Ahsoka series? This guy watched Ahsoka, right?
I believe he loved it.
Let's go away from Andor or fucking Acolyte for a second. Fucking Dave made Admiral Thrawn like what he made Admiral Thrawn. What do you like, Josh? Dave, you're trying to say that Dave Filoni is the only one fighting at Lucasfilm for George Lucas Star Wars. Everything that Dave Filoni has had his paws in, because he's a wolf, everything that he's had his paws in has been shit. It's actually shit all over George Lucas Star Wars. So I don't know where you get this thought process that Dave is fighting for George Lucas Star Wars and Civil War and blah, 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 based on...
Sorry.
Based on what you've seen. Simple. And anyone that's actually watching his stuff and believing him, like I don't even know what to say to you. I don't, because it's the same people that were like, the Doom tards. Like they were insanely retarded.
And most of them, they only like maybe 20 to 30% of Disney Star Wars. And this hopium gives them hope where maybe they'll like 80 to 90% of it.
Yeah.
And so they're just clinging to it. And I have a gigantic theory on what is going on with Josh in this video, if you guys are ready.
We're ready.
Give it to us. So we talked about how Josh, he was kind of out of the game and probably as negative as he can be about Disney Star Wars. And now he's back, shilling hard for Filoni. He's going to be on with Theory for Nerd Theory. And so I'm just kind of like wondering, him and Theory were both anti-Andor, where Theory even stopped covering it. And I was wondering, like, this is kind of a 180 from where they were at. And I think it goes beyond just typical fence writing. And so here it is. It's Leslie Headland and the Acolyte. Leslie Headland is an idiot, woke retard, doesn't respect George Lucas's vision. Tony Gilroy in Andor, despite all the fucking Andor sexuals out there, doesn't respect George Lucas's vision. He doesn't even like Star Wars. So who does, quote unquote, respect George Lucas's vision? Dave fucking Filoni. So anti-Acolyte, anti-Andor, let's support Dave Filoni, who supports George Lucas Star Wars. That's the angle that they're pushing. And I think it goes a little deeper, because if you've seen the Sparrow Files, Doomcock and Cameron Pasha, they talk to each other off screen, and they're like, hey, I have a dumbass fucking audience on Patreon. You have a dumbass fucking audience on YouTube. Let's both pretend that our sources are saying the same shit and then make videos on it and fucking collect. And that's what they did. They converged, the sources converged, I think, 7 times. And so I think Josh and Star Wars Theory likely had a conversation about this, about let's be anti-Leslie Headland, which is not hard at all, but let's be anti-Andor, anti-Tony Gilroy, and really push Filoni hard so we get more super chats and more hype for the Return of Nerd Theory.
Yep.
And to rejuvenate that. And that is going to lead them into The Mandalorian and Grogu, lead them into Ahsoka Season 2. And after that, they'll kick the can down the road and find a reason to hope grift something else.
Yep.
So that's what I think is going on.
The Ray movie. Man,
right.
Doomcock, I'll never forget the circular confirmation of the Doomcock rumor. I don't know if you remember this, Tim, but or even you, maybe Melvin. But Doomcock came out with a rumor. I think it was a Kathleen Kennedy being fired rumor or something like that. And then Doomcock cited an article putting his hashtag Doomcock was right. But then you read the article, and the article cites Cameron Pasha, who cites Doomcock as the source.
I remember that. We talked about that at the time. Like, we can't believe it, guys. We sourced each other.
Doomcock says Doomcock was right because the person used his rumor video as the source, and then he used that as confirmation because they wrote an article. Oh, man, so dumb.
I literally have a clip in one of my videos where Doomcock says the Lucasfilm Civil War was real in 2021. Jon Favreau has won that Civil War. And as for Kennedy being fired, hashtag Doomcock was right, insinuating that he's right about her being fired, but they extended her contract a few months later.
Yeah, right.
And the Civil War, I guess, is still going on, or there was never one, and Favreau's still fighting for us somehow for a war that we've already won.
This is the crazy thing.
It feels like the movie Memento. It's just like all this shit's happening, and you just like keep forgetting.
But this is the other crazy thing about the Doomcock rumors, right? Is he says take it with a grain of salt. And then when we say you were wrong, he goes, oh, but take it with a grain of salt. But in his eyes, he's never been wrong because he twists the narrative. So that means that he's got a 1,000% batting and like he's perfect in his own eyes because he twists the narrative despite the fact that. So it's so silly though, because he does come out and say it's rumor. Why can't he just admit that, oh yeah, look, that this rumor was incorrect? But no, he's got to twist the narrative that every single rumor was right. You get what I'm saying?
It's rumor. He announces the rumor. Then he comes out with another rumor that validates that rumor. And he will say that he was right 2 or 3 times during the life of this rumor. And then it gets to a point where either we just like forget about it or it's wrong and he deflects and say there was like reshoots or they changed their mind. But it doesn't matter because by then he's already said he's right 2 or 3 times. and he'll announce another rumor.
You got the proof right here, Darth Melvin, right on the screen. He met with the attorney, right? Oh wait, that wasn't the attorney because we got our special X-ray glasses on, and it was Sparrow the entire time. So
that looks like a Photoshop picture.
yeah. It looks like the one of him and J.J. Abrams together. Remember that? A couple of years ago.
I think someone, and I might be the guy to do it, someone needs to contact that lawyer and be like, do you know Cameron Pasha's saying all this shit about you, about like meeting with you and like saying what you're talking about this case, and it's like, is this real at all? I mean, it's been done before, but I don't think it's been done recently. So that would be interesting to see what this guy has to say. He'd probably be like, who? Cameron? Sparrow?
All right. Anything else on Josh? I guess we'll wait and see.
He could possibly win Shill of the Year, especially if he's back on Nerd Theory, and if he keeps up this Filoni dick riding, could win it. He's tied right now.
Yeah, and I think, chat, I think Darth Melvin and I will be running our Shills of the Year up against each other. We didn't do it last year because I started like 6 months in doing our top Shill of the Year competition, but we have been on the go this year thus far, and we might have to do that at the end of the year. I mean, my current front runner is very tough to beat. My current front runner is this guy. Tough to beat. Tough to beat. So I'm hoping Darth Melvin can pull a good Shill of the Year to run up. He's current leader on mine. So it's going to be interesting competition.
Did his jumper say reject?
What's that?
Did his jumper say reject?
The channel's The Real Rejects.
Oh.
That's the channel name.
Okay.
But yeah, that's what his shirt says. He also has another shirt that says nipple chills. Wow. So again, like I said, Darth Melvin, this is going to be tough competition indeed.
It's a strange. Just I would never buy a jumper or something that's got reject written on the front of it.
Yeah, gotta sell the merch, brah. All right. So next up, we got oh boy. Oh my. Tim, are you familiar with this person?
I swear he is his own wife.
The wife is definitely fake. She doesn't exist. It's a fake wife. That's why he gets so mad about it.
Yeah, look at the hair. I mean, does he have the joining us real quick, John Getz, you're just in time to join us to rip on J.I. Jacob. Does he have the the fucking filter turned all the way up?
He looks like a clown. Yeah, he's got like the blushy cheeks.
Yeah, because we did expose zit speed, did we not, in the past?
No. I know what it is. Just before making this video, he was sitting in the corner in the fetal position, crying, saying, "Melvin, why do you keep hurting me?" And then he came out of it and he started doing a video. Look, he's still got like the red eyes and the red cheeks. He was bawling his eyes out.
Look, gentlemen, I just hope that we'd get to discuss some Andor because I brought my Grey Poupon again, just like last night, Melvin. And I have a classy whiskey drink in order because the deep themes and sophisticated nature of Andor can only be discovered by true intellectuals.
Yeah. Sit on a nice big leather chair.
Yes. I should have leather-bound books behind me.
Yes, intellectuals like this man.
But we also don't read any books because those are silly.
There's no way he reads those books. Either he's completely unemployed and he's reading the books, or it's fake. Like, how do you have a full-time job, a fucking booming YouTube channel, and have time to read all those fucking books?
More subscribers than Kyle Katarn.
Look at all those comments. 44 of them. I bet they sound totally genuine.
There's some fakes. There's some fake comments in there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And the comments are extremely low. Like Grizzy could go to any video on his channel. What's this got? Like 18,000 views. And
I'm not a
it-
fan, but I love that you love it so much. Was the one comment? Like,
Wait, what? Hang on, where is that?
Great video. I'm not a huge Jimmy Turtle or whatever.
Oh, here
it
we go.
says
I
down there.
love the. Oh, I love. Not
No,
because-
down. Jimmy, down that one.
Great video. Oh, there it is. Great video. I'm not a huge fan of the movie, but I love that you love it so much. That's a full
Wow.
comment.
So you're a dumbass, but because you're positive, I guess I love it.
I just appreciate that you're not being toxic talking about it.
That's the old Collider attitude. Somebody mentioned in the comments before that Collider started a lot of this shit, and that's totally true. Where they're like, we're going to love it when it's coming out, and then later on we're going to say that it sucks. That totally started with them because they're on red carpets. They can't say that they don't like it to the person's face. So they're like, oh, well, we love it. And then 3 weeks later, well, let's all acknowledge that the Acolyte sucked, but this next one will be great.
no matter what, you cannot fake the comments. You can buy comments, but like you cannot buy hundreds of comments. Like you go on Grizzy's videos,
NPC comments.
like Grizzy has multiple hundreds of comments on a video that has 18,000 views, and you just can't replicate that on this channel. You can't fake it. But his subscribers are just too fucking stupid to notice or even care. I think if he told them, I don't think they'd care.
What's going on with these hands right now? Why do they all look pointy?
He always like talks with his hands.
I think he has I think he has a really bad shitty camera.
He's always used to like moving
so
around.
weird.
Oh, what does he wear? Is that a sweater? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's got Kylo Ren's lightsaber there.
Oh god, Kylo Ren versus Rey. So
his shoulders are weird. He has like a V for an upper body. It's like there's no like shoulder. It's just like I can't even put mine that low. It just like slopes off.
He can't decide like what to do with his hair. It's like different like every time you see it, and it's obviously receding. And he's like growing it out. He's got like a Trump weave. Like we don't know what's going on in the back, but like it's definitely a Trump weave going on.
Crazy Kathy Kennedy. She's a total failure.
So this video,
he looks like he's trying to figure out what gender he wants to be.
He's gonna settle on they them in honor of Amanda Stenberg.
Look at the space below his bottom lip. Like, is that all like? Does he shave it that way? Like
that's the smoothing out. That's the touch up. I guarantee you. It's
that's where the nutsack goes.
That's his beard keeping up. That's his beard keeping up to date with his head.
Who has better facial hair, him or Pedro Pascal?
I think it just grows like that when you transition.
He's getting the testosterone injection.
That's
not only does he having a receding hairline, but he's got a receding beard line.
It's like LeBron James. He's getting plugs in both.
What happens when you inject estrogen into yourself? That's where it starts.
I really don't watch like current baseball, but we'll go back to like the golden age era. Like, who hit more balls than Jose Canseco? I think it was J.I. Acup's chin.
I mean, he's got a perfect runway for it. Just like, leads right into the punch it.
And you've already seen the title of this video down below, so I feel like I already know what you're thinking.
This is a retarded title. What the Rise of Skywalker means to me? No, seriously. Yes.
What a great pause face again.
And I want to point out that this is his favorite movie. And so he went all out and bought a ton of views for this to get to 18,000. Usually his videos got like 3,000-4,000 because he buys them. This one he bought extra views, extra likes, because he wants people to know that the Rise of Skywalker is great. Well, it's not.
Like nobody's searching the Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, what video praising the Rise of Skywalker that legitimately gets in the algorithm and gets 18,000 legitimate views is not ratioed?
Like, as much as I'll shit on Last Jedi, people at least remember the title. I guarantee you, if you ask like 90% of people out in the real world, you're like, what was the third movie in the sequel Star Wars trilogy? They would not be able to tell you. Like, I know it made $1 billion, but like nobody searches the rise of Skywalker anymore.
And look at this! Look at this shit-eating smile. This
I was about to
disingenuous.
say, I want to.
smile.
I want to
He's pointing at it.
I want to
pointing
caption.
at it.
I want to caption the freeze frame, and he's saying, "Look at my teeth, guys! Look."
I like this. He saws, guys.
Look at how happy I am, Kathy. Please give me money.
And J.I. Jacob, I just want to point out real quick that this is paused, and when all of this shit talking we are doing on you is transformative content, by the way.
Yeah.
So I just want to remind you of that because you appear not to know what what fair use is. So I'm explaining it to you. Us ripping on your ball sack runway on your face. That is transformative content.
And he has more hair in his eyebrows than he does on his forehead. That's part of the receding hairline.
Yes.
So.
And he's got like 2 Hitler stashes going, like in the middle. It's like he's basically got 2. They're not in the direct center.
Careful, Katarn's gonna start DMing him if he's got 2 Hitler mustaches. He's like, "Oh, you're very racist."
He's almost got a reverse. He's almost got a reverse Hitler mo because like the center bit is like bald, where the Hitler mo would normally go, and then like off to the sides, you've changed it up a little bit.
Hello there, Kyle Katarn here. I like your facial hair and what it represents.
Yeah, and you know, like Disney Star Wars fans, quit going after Elon Musk for like the fake like Heil Hitler. Go after this guy for having the Hitler mustaches. I mean, come on.
If we get
and the hair too. Look at the hair. You flop that over a little bit more, and you'll have the Hitler cut. So
well, he's already orange Hitler haircut.
Yeah,
So you know.
What's that red cutout behind him? Is this another cardboard cutout? What is that? Is that one of the?
That's a red
swastika.
No,
that's one of the Final
red
Order
guards.
troopers.
No, that's one of the red guards from Last Jedi.
Oh, over there, yeah.
God, of course it is.
He definitely cheats on his fake wife with that.
Why would you even have that? Like, unless you can see it fully, there's no reason to have that in camera. Like, it's just an arm of a red guard.
How does he cheat on
Jacob is just like an amateur YouTuber. Like, he doesn't know what the fuck he's
I
doing.
frame my shit better, and I have under 5,000 subs compared to his 50,000.
How does he cheat
I
on
still
himself
can't
with
get over
himself?
this sweater. Like, what the fuck is that?
It looks like a Snuggie. Like he threw a Snuggie on over his like normal clothes. The like fucking blanket with sleeves. It's like it's like the thing you wear whenever you're getting your hair cut, you know, like the tarp that they put on you so you don't get hair on your clothes.
So
All right, now that we've massively body shamed the shit out of this guy, let's see what he's actually got to say.
Transformative body shaping.
Do we have to?
He has a
we got to get to
circular
this
head,
because
too.
he calls out the chuds and incels here right at the start. 'Cause he knows that they're gonna be freaking laying into this.
Already seen the title of this video down below, so I feel like I already know what you're thinking. Is his favorite Star Wars movie really The Rise of Skywalker? But before someone names something like Darth Poo Poo 77 jumps to the comment section to call me a paid shill or something far worse,
Damn,
that
he's calling you
I
out.
probably won't be able to say, or else it would get me demonetized. Hear me discuss.
Wow,
Do you
he's so edgy, guys.
Do you
Because
think
Jacob's
that's
making so much
directly-
money on YouTube.
Do you think that's directly calling me out or just like us in general?
Either you or Tim?
I think it's you guys. I think it's you guys as a collective. Like you guys individually, yes. Specifically, Tim and you, Melvin. But like maybe the gatekeepers in general.
Well, like two years ago, he had this major hard on for me, and I don't know if he got scared or whatever. But then he started going after Melvin all of a sudden. Like I don't know if any of my response videos scared him, but he hasn't mentioned me in a long time. And then he started going after Melvin. So who knows?
He also stalked a minor on his live stream as well.
Yeah, and then he's misogynist, going after OG all the time. Like, you're just a dumb like Indian girl. I'm gonna go after you.
I was gonna say either that or he hates Native Americans. I don't know.
It's funny how he doesn't like go after our takes, he'll go after her takes all the time.
Yeah, true.
The funny thing is she like knows her shit. It's probably one of the worst ones to actually go after.
It's just like that's the last person he should be trying to attack.
Yeah.
He doesn't know fucking dick about Star Wars.
I'm sorry, that double Hitler mustache.
It's got that weird gap in the middle. It's like he's got a cleft
Looks like it's
nose.
coming out. Looks like it's coming out of his nose, kind of.
Yeah, he blew his nose so hard he blew away the hair in the middle. I don't know.
I also don't understand he talking so much with his hands. It makes me think of Talladega Nights when he's doing the interview. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Here's what it is. These dumbasses take these stupid classes in college. Like, here's how to give a good speech. You got to use a lot of good hand gestures. It's like, just ignore everything you learn in college and just like learn on the job, because you look like an idiot. Yeah, you see, I'm talking the whole time like an Italian, and no, quit moving your fucking hands, you moron.
He has no
Just,
charisma, so he's trying to make up for it by manufacturing enthusiasm.
That's true.
Technique.
I remember Darth Melvin and I made it into one of his live streams celebrating 10,000 subscribers. He had 8 people there. Two of them were Darth Melvin and I.
Yeah.
You're just like, Shill, fake fan.
Thanks, guys. I don't know why nobody's here.
All these toxic guys, I'm going to kick them out. I aka kicking out 25% of my audience.
I got a headache, guys. I got to log off.
We're definitely taking credit for him not live streaming on the channel anymore.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a booming channel, 50,000 plus subscribers, but like can't even get 10 live viewers in his chat. And we called him out for it. He literally can't go live because he knows he's a fraud, knows he'll get called out, lies to everyone he knows.
He should just stream on X. I always get a bunch of bots whenever I stream onto there. The little counter will be like a ton, and I'm like, oh, cool. And then I'm like, oh, they're all on X. Never mind.
Yeah, for a minute. I first want to clarify something that I feel like gets misconstrued all the time. Saying something is your favorite in a particular series is not necessarily the same as you saying that you think it's the best one.
Thanks for explaining what an opinion
series.
is, dumbass. All right.
Yes, and we're allowed to criticize your opinion if you think that The Rise of Skywalker is peak fucking Star Wars.
He knows that he is like in the overwhelming minority on this take. He knows.
Even
He's
among
gotta get out
Shills,
ahead
they
of
don't
it.
say that. They try to blame Rise of Skywalker on people like us because they know it's shit and indefensible. They're like, no, The Last Jedi was really good, but The Rise of Skywalker was the Chud's fault for trashing on Last Jedi.
I don't know if they truly believe that though, John. I
don't
kind of
think they do. No.
Like they actually think that time has been kind. They truly believe that time has been kind to the sequels.
Well, all I heard whenever Last Jedi came out was that in 10 years, everybody will understand this great art.
Yeah,
I'm like, well, it's been like 8 years now, so we don't have much time. I feel like you guys should have like a fake stream whenever The Last Jedi hits its 10th year anniversary. You can be like, we all love it now, guys. Do like an April Fool's stream.
They're just hoping that it's going to catch on like the prequels, but like, what are the memes for the sequels? There are no memes. Like nothing like the prequels. There's no like hello there's or any shit like that.
Oh, the
Nothing.
best one is That's Not How the Force Works,
I
but
was
it's
gonna
actually
say.
used against Disney Star Wars most of the time.
Yeah, it's used by like Mauler and shit when they're making fun of it.
Yeah, like somehow Palpatine returned. Like that's like the biggest meme, but that's like not pro sequel trilogy. That's just like talking about how terrible it is.
Well, even that, they're saying like, oh, the whole Filoni verse, heir to the Empire, is going to explain somehow Palpatine returns. So that line's going to make sense. I've seen people pushing that.
As somebody who read those fucking Disney books whenever I was still in that Matrix, they tease Palpatine returning 5 million times. They've been trying to explain it with Bad Batch. They try to explain it with the novels. They try to explain it with a shit ton of stuff. They tried to explain it in Battlefront 2, I'm pretty sure, partially.
They tried to explain it in Aftermath, the Aftermath trilogy.
Yeah, they do all that shit. So they've been trying to justify that shit for like 5 years now, trying to like somehow retcon it into making sense. It's never going to. They can't do it. They just continually try to shoot themselves in the foot.
Well, the funny thing is that the Aftermath trilogy actually came out before. I don't know if it was before The Force Awakens, but I'm pretty sure it was before The Last Jedi.
Well,
And,
one of them came out a lot, like they came out incrementally. So I'm pretty sure the last one came out before the rise. Wait, the last one came out before the Rise of Skywalker. The second one maybe came out before the Last Jedi.
Yeah, okay.
Trying to remember now, but yeah,
But
they're
yeah,
all
it's
shit.
It's interesting to think that they might have always had this plan that Palpatine was going to come back because of the aftermath stuff that they did.
Well, it's funny because when I was listening to those fucking books, it's like, oh, I need something to listen to while I work. I'll get these new Star Wars books. They're by some of the same authors. I'm sure they'll be good. But it was like they kept teasing that, and I was like, well, that's fucking retarded. Of course they're not going to bring Palpatine back. Like he fell down a shaft, and then the planet blew up that he was on, or the space station blew up that he was on.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's not going to happen. And they start playing the trailers, and I'm like, oh god. Seriously?
I have no idea what he gets into. This is like the one from tonight that I did not even watch. So curious to see if he gets into any of that. Maybe I should put the at Jacob image
Jacob
up
the
on
Hutt.
mine. Gotta look out for the copyright.
Oh, solo.
I also want to mention that this video isn't meant to be a checklist of things to debunk.
He says
sorry, too late.
Video shouldn't be a checklist of things to debunk. Like, he knows that he's a joke. He knows what people are going to do. It's hilarious.
I also want to mention that this video isn't meant to be a checklist of things to debunk or debate. If you don't like Palpatine's return in this movie,
recommendation to the Lightspeed channel. Get different background music, you lazy fuck. Plays the same track every video. He's just a forever amateur.
He does the
Free
same
advice.
like first minute of every video too. Like this isn't meant to be a video to say this or to be debated about. He does this like every single one as well.
Covering his ass.
The thing that I'll say to that is if you don't want to have a debate about these things or why make a video about it then? Like,
That's
why does
why-
it matter to you then?
Well, that's the thing with like whenever people say like, "Oh, this is just my opinion" or whatever. It's like you don't want to have a conversation then because you just want to leave it. As soon as somebody disagrees with you, you're going to say, "Oh, well, you have your opinion, I have my opinion, and that's great. We have great opinions." And then it's just like, "Oh, I guess we can't talk about it anymore." All right, great.
It's like he knows that what he's saying is like stupid. He knows that he's wrong. He knows that there's an easy rebuttal to everything that he says with regards to this movie. Getting out ahead of it.
I'm like, I don't even need it to be an outright debate, but just like, dude, have a conversation where people may disagree with you. Like, it's not that terrible. I guarantee you.
He's blocked more people than Katarn. I remember one time, I've done so many things that triggered this guy. He came into my chat and he's just like expecting like to like come on the channel, or he's expecting me to like see his stupid name in the chat and then get a link to come on the channel. And then he's like, Melvin, I unblocked you on Twitter. I'll leave you unblocked for 24 hours. Let's have a conversation. And it's like, no, I'm not going to talk to someone named J.I. Acup, and especially someone that like blocks and has to unblock someone.
So he revealed he was just going to block you again, even before he wanted to have a conversation with you.
Like, it's just, this guy's a bit of a narcissist. Like he thinks he's just like, he just thinks he's important. And he's just a Disney shill with a fake wife.
Kyle Katarn does that too, where he's like, you know, I'm not going to engage with these guys. They want an argument. I'm so above it all.
Well, no, they're actually more afraid. You know, when they say, "Oh, hey, you just let us enjoy it. Just stop doing what you're doing and just let us enjoy it." You know why that they have to say that? Because if they actually start to listen to us and open their mind to the possibility that what we're saying actually has some validity, it starts to ruin it for them.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want that. So they
Ignorance
choose.
is bliss.
Exactly. They choose to ignore, and exactly what you just said, ignorance is bliss.
They're just like, don't ruin my perfect little image I have in my head. Oh, if you say things, then I'll be thinking about that when I watch the movie.
And that brings me back to even Andor. That seems to be a very big argument with Andor. It's like, hang on a second. I'm giving you some pretty valid reasons why I don't think this is good. But yet, okay, so I'm just not intelligent enough or something all of a sudden.
I'm not intelligent enough to understand why. Okay.
You like laid into like the Rebels inconsistency, and the guy earlier just like made fun of you for that. It was like, but like, why? Oh, that's not a big deal. Why does that matter? And then
Yeah.
like proceeded to like push his like his cult narrative. Oh, you don't like Andor? This is a cult.
Yeah.
Well, I still love. Nobody's been able to explain to me as far as Andor goes, because this was driving me fucking crazy during my watch along. The first 3 episodes, when he has his umpteenth argument in the, or he listens to his umpteenth argument in the jungle as he's still parked there, having to listen to these dumbasses argue with each other before they get randomly killed by a space rhino after playing rock, paper, scissors, and then he just leaves and nothing is accomplished in those whole 3 episodes for the main character of the show. I'm like, I'm sorry, am I not intellectual enough to understand this? Why the fuck did they park him in a jungle for a quarter of your series?
It's peak Star Wars, bro.
And then I'm Luthen. I'm going to have the same conversation with every character.
It's a slow burn, man. It's a slow burn. It's not about the destination. It's about the journey.
Sacrificed everything, Grizzy. All 12 hours of my time.
I'm not going to try and explain his entire plan to you here, or why I personally think it doesn't take away
why
from
you
Vader.
can't, because you can't explain his entire plan there, because nobody actually knows what his entire plan is there.
I don't know what it was.
This doesn't make any fucking sense, so of course you're not going
Debunk or
to.
debate. If you don't like Palpatine's return in this movie, I'm not going to try and explain his entire plan to you here, or why I personally think it doesn't take away from Vader's sacrifice at the end of episode 6. I'm not going to change someone else's mind on this movie just as much as they aren't going to change mine. And what I don't want to do is make a video that feels like I'm going through a list of scenes that I like and why. I know that my opinion...
Because you can't explain why.
What do you want to talk about, Jacob? Because you just dismissed 90% of what you talk about with films.
that removes the entire point of the video. I've made this point before where, like, I used to really like Dave Filoni's Clone Wars. I actually thought that like there was some good stuff in there. And after talking with Ryan Kennel and Lethal Lightning, and them pointing out all these massive inconsistencies, lore problems, canon problems, and continuity problems. Unfortunately, it did destroy my enjoyment of them, but I know the information now and why they're actually not as good as what I thought they were.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Oh, but it's Disney Star Wars, so I just don't understand why people can't just hear what people are actually saying and actually go, okay, I understand what you're saying. If you want to continue being naive to that and continue enjoying it, well, that's on you then.
Well, I think that's what it is. They just don't want to listen, and they just want to like continue enjoying the fake Star Wars, and then proceed to like call you like a name for caring and not liking the fake Star Wars.
You need a reason to dismiss your opinion. Oh, racist, bigot, hates women.
Yep. And it
on this
it went through a lot of stages. Like I feel like Last Jedi was like lifting the veil on the movies for a lot of people. And then for myself, I stuck with their novels because I didn't know any better about the old EU and everything. And it, it wasn't current, so I wasn't like, oh, I'm not gonna go back to those old things. And then it's like went about a year without consuming any Star Wars because I was just like, wow, I'm so disaffected and depressed just even listening to this. And then finally like discovered you guys and was like, oh, well, at least I can be into something Star Wars now. At least this feels truthful.
This particular movie is controversial to say the least. For a conclusion to not just a trilogy, but a saga that spanned over 40 years, the reception is pretty split down the middle. But for
I'd say it's a lot more than, I'd say it's like 90-10.
Yeah. I was going to say 95-5, I'm being generous.
It's not split down the middle at all. I think the sequels are universally hated by like the majority.
Also, that was bullshit from the start with their marketing. I remember that where they're like, it's the conclusion of the Skywalker saga. And everybody immediately posted the picture of the 6-film collection that was sold on Blu-ray before Disney bought it, where they were like, it's the Skywalker saga. They're like, this is their fake like extension of the saga.
Their retarded stepdaughter.
Yeah. It's like,
There's,
no,
like-
don't act like this has been set up for 40 years. This was tacked on after the fact.
Very few people enjoy the sequels. There's a lot of people who hate them, but then you got a lot of people that are still coping and still think like the story is not going to be continued. That's why they watch Star Wars Theory, they watch Den of Shills, and these other channels. And that's why they're like Andor sexuals. Like, they just don't think that this is going to continue forward.
All roads lead to this.
It's gonna happen. Like, there's no choice other than to hit the reset on the entire Disney canon. They're not gonna do that.
I've
I
always
don't know
said
though. I don't know about that though, Melvin.
Not
I
like
think
right
there's
now.
a lot of fans out there that actually like the sequels and want this stuff to connect with it more. I'm just saying on the Disney Shill, like the Disney Seals and, you know, that side of the fan base, they think everything that they've been getting has been good so far. They think that they like the sequels. They want a lot of this to attach to it. And the funny thing is that there already are attachments there between the Mandalorian and all the cloning stuff that they're doing in that, the Bad Batch and all the cloning stuff that they're doing in that. Like, there are so many connections. I know what you're saying, like, about them, but I actually think it's a little bit, well, at least with some of them, it's the opposite. They actually like it and want to see.
There's definitely some closet Ray lovers, I believe, where it's like you ask them about the sequels, and they'll be like, yeah, like sequels, but like they're jerking off Mando, they're jerking off Ahsoka, and that like they do want the sequels to be better. And when the Rey movie comes out, they'll be first in line to see the Rey movie. And I think a lot of people after the Rey movie's release will be like, you know what? I'm actually a fan of Rey Skywalker.
oh yeah, they're just
It's
waiting for
gonna
that
happen.
redemption arc. Yeah.
It's
Well,
like, you know what? The sequels are fixed for me.
You guys said there are no good Disney trilogy memes. This is an old ass one right around the time Rise of Palpatine came out, and I've saved it on my phone for a really long time because I actually laughed at it. I need someone to show me my place. And he looks at her and it's like, there it is. Get in the kitchen, bitch. That was actually funny. Unintended, though. Big difference, right? So
I think this dumbass recycles the same clips from the trailers and puts them in his videos.
Yeah, he just talks over it. It's at least got to like have something to do with what you're talking about.
And then I also want to point out he hired an editor to edit his videos. Remember the schedule? I posted it on Star Triggered. He was going to come out with like 5 videos a week.
Yep.
And he hired an editor, and I believe, and this editor has never made a video, and he may have fired him or broke up with him. Who knows?
One of his 8 fans.
But he's never followed through on that schedule, and he's just been constantly crying about his life. We think he may have been fired. We think he may have been evicted. There's a lot of theories going on.
He'll be fucking live streaming from the streets with a little shore like, hey guys, I love Rise of Skywalker. Oh.
The charger for his fake wife broke and he can't, get power to her anymore. Stuff like that. So
probably with the fake editor, like the guy saw him at first, was like, oh, 50,000 subscriber channel. Okay, I'll work with this guy. Then he like looked at it, was like, this guy's a fucking fake. Fake subscribers, fake views. And then he's like, I don't want to work with this piece of shit. And then he quit. Maybe that's what
when he tried to become a high council member with this explains, they probably saw through that shit. Because, like him or not, they're probably not dumbasses and they know who's trying to ride the train with them and stuff. It's like, fuck you, man. You're a loser. We're not gonna promote you. And then he dropped out of it. So
he's so fucking cheap. Like if it was me and I'm like just trying to get in with them, like I would probably do 2 months, and then I'd probably like lower the membership down and like kind of fade away. He did 1 month and that was it. He took a shot. I think he realized that like they didn't buy it, and he's like, you know what? I'm canceling the membership completely. I don't even think he's a member for like $1 or $2.
Yeah.
Cheap speed.
all of the changes behind the scenes leading up to the movie's initial filming and eventual release, the pressure for episode 9 was immense. And in no world do I believe that the reception to it would have been as universally praised or agreed upon by critics and fans alike, like The Force Awakens or even The Last Jedi for that matter. Not only did it have to wrap up the sequel trilogy,
what is the point of this video? We're about 2 minutes into it, and
I
know
was
we've
just
been ripping on him
thinking
a
that.
lot. Like,
I was
what's
just
the
thinking,
why
what has he
make this?
said? Like, what has he said? People are gonna nitpick it because I'm a fucking retard. Yeah.
Like, other than him being fucking hilarious to rip on, like, why should we continue watching this video? Like, what is the point?
Why did 18,000 people? Can't even say that. Why did 18,000 people watch this? I don't know.
but it also had to tie together over 40 years of storytelling, satisfy multiple generations of fans.
Okay, can we? I'm gonna skip a little bit because we gotta get to something.
You know how you satisfy multiple generations of fans? You make fucking Star Wars.
It's a start.
Into a beloved series, but like personally, I respect them more for making such wild, outright polarizing choices.
Never thought I'd be back on this set. I'm so excited. It's not remotely what I'm sure it was like for the legacy actors to come back at all, but it is a strange thing to return to a place that you have fond memories.
Jacob, that's you're using somebody else's content without their permission for more than 10 seconds. For more than 10. Don't you strike people for using like 5 seconds or your picture in their thumbnails?
Also, this was not like a genuine he wanted to come back or anything. This was a panic decision. They had Colin Trevorrow in. He made a shitty movie, and they were like, oh, we can't have him close it because Rian Johnson already made everybody hate our franchise. Let's just try because Force Awakens made $2 billion, so whatever. Let's give it a shot with JJ again.
I feel like you got to do something very special and sort of dodged a crazy.
I better skip the. God, how long does he
Someone
go
better
with this?
notify this content creator that Jacob's
Look.
using his stuff without permission.
Yeah, look at this. It goes for like what, 30 seconds?
This is not transparent at all.
That goes for almost a full minute.
It's part of the reason why it's so down. That's part of the reason why it's so special to me personally. The Rise of Skywalker is a film that says that there will always be more good people to rise up and prevent evil from rising and seizing
Why?
power
Because a
once
random
again.
fleet came in at the end? Great. Hey, by the way, a bunch of good people right at the end. Oh, it's so
Yeah,
inspirational.
lots of horrendously bad movies say things like that.
Good
Be
will
that
always be present over evil. Yay.
much like many other Star Wars films before it, says that it's never too late to make a right choice. But beyond all of that, there's one thing about this movie in particular that has always stuck out to me and will never not make me emotional to think about.
Oh God, emotional, just like masculinity 2025, right?
He was floored.
What's gonna make him cry? Let's see.
That has always stuck out to me and will never not make me emotional to think about. At the beginning of the film, it's established that Rey has been training.
Oh, Rey training. It has to do with Rey, of course.
He watches Rey training. He's like, "Oh."
Make me emotional to think about. At the beginning of the film, it's established that Rey has been training under the guidance of Leia for a little over a year, give or take, and we see her trying and subsequently failing to communicate with the Jedi.
Oh, Rey failed at something, you guys. Finally. Finally. She beat Kylo in the first movie with no training, but she failed here, you guys.
Her calls aren't being answered. That's her big
She's
failure.
not a Mary Sue now, chat.
She's calling the
Not
Jedi.
really.
She's like, you up? And they're not answering. That's her big failure.
Of the past. And it's not until the end of the film, in her most dire moment, that Rey finally hears the voices of these previous Jedi, giving her the strength and the encouragement to use her remaining strength to stand up and vanquish Palpatine's evil forever. The idea that the voices of the past will always be with you is something that's really profound to me.
Well, apparently they're just going to be with you when it's convenient because, like, he doesn't explain why they answered then. They just randomly answer at the end of the movie when she needs them to.
But the other thing that's really annoying about that is that there were only, well, really 3 Jedi that were able to achieve, 4 if you count Qui-Gon, that were actually able to achieve immortality.
Mm-hmm.
And then apparently there was 2 Obi-Wans as well. So
Don't forget Ahsoka.
So I guess once
Yeah, but she's not
Obi-Wan died, he like became a trans age whatever woke idiot, and so now he's got 2 Obi-Wans, Force Ghosts.
My favorite is Anakin. Bring balance as I did. She should have just replied with, "Well, you didn't." So now I guess I have to do it. This guy's still alive, in case you didn't notice.
And I think wasn't Ahsoka in episode 9 as well?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. She said like I think she was in there somewhere. Yeah, when all the voices were talking to her.
There's no way Filoni is going to kill his baby.
Always cherish and kind of deeply hold on to that are associated specifically with the rise of Skywalker. I saw the movie with my friend in 2019 after spending a week.
Boyfriend.
My one friend who I paid to be there.
Imagine if just in the scene where Rey's like on the ground, is it Mickey from Rocky comes in and is like, "Get up! Get up!
Come on, Rey. Mickey loves you." Dude, that's such an unnatural thumbs up. They have their elbows straight out like this. Like everybody else just does it like this. But they're
my
like
friend in 2019.
Is that a Last Jedi shirt he's wearing?
Like, isn't that fucking weird?
So.
It's like
I think Jacob has a Rise of Skywalker. His friend has a Last Jedi. His 2 favorite movies, by the way.
Like if
that
I give
guy
someone...
looks like a lot older too. I think he groomed him.
It's his sugar daddy. He was paying for all these YouTube subs.
He's
like,
hey,
look
hey
here.
Jacob, do you like Disney Star Wars?
The beard, yeah, no beard.
That's
I'm
great.
innocent.
Guy's like fucking
After
40 years old.
Jacob punched up my ass.
He's like a whole head
Disney
taller than me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you're a 26-year-old boy.
Yeah, and he thinks he can take me on right in the confrontation. It's like, no, you wouldn't last 14 seconds. Guaranteed.
He's like, use your force. Oh no.
While subsequently also celebrating the fact that we were a few months away from finishing college. And let me just say that seeing this movie at Disney Springs, I'm not even joking, it felt like a legit movie premiere. They had John Williams' score blasting everywhere, posters everywhere, and even people in screen.
Are we talking about the movie or like what? You're just talking about your experience at the okay, we got another.
Why does he do it like that?
Why,
It's
what's
so
with the
weird.
elbow? He's
showing off the guns.
Like, that's so unnatural. Like, what is he doing?
He's like, oh, what time is it? And he flexes.
Check this out, ladies.
Like everybody else just does it like you fucking
Shill
have your
time,
hand
woo.
go upward.
Where the bitches at?
This
So
shoe
that was really cool
untied?
too. I'll never forget
Kinda looks like it.
that trip.
Why is he standing like 10 feet away from the thing that he's trying to pose
Oh,
with
here we
too?
go.
Look at
Jacob,
this.
gonna slice and dice.
Oh, he thinks he's Mace Windu with that purple lightsaber.
He's got a
No, and
million sabers.
He took the photo and he obviously skewed it. Like, let me just horizontally shrink it about by 25%. So my head doesn't look round and all that.
Noodle arms.
I'm just like Samuel L. Jackson, guys. We're just as black as each other.
Surprised he can even like lift that thing.
Rise of Skywalker on opening night was the perfect way to end it before we had to pack up and leave the very next day. The Force Awakens was
believe
released.
he's used the same clip like 3 or 4 times.
Yep.
Yeah.
Of like Rey and Kylo swinging at each other.
Yeah, it's the throne room, and then which would never have been intact, by the way. And then it's just them fighting on the little
surface.
surface. Yeah.
And then this one he's probably used already.
This is a. 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 This is a Force Awakens.
Yeah.
So maybe not. You just pulled that trailer up.
When I was a senior in high school.
Yep, that's
and the
that's 100% from the trailer. Those two scenes. It
Yep.
shows the red beam and then the Kylo and Finn and Rey talking to Solo.
No, I wonder if he
Skywalker-
got
There it is
permission.
again. There it is again. This one.
I don't think he got permission from Star Wars to Swagman to use these clips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No either.
Only
Swagman, I
sliced
know
her in
you
half
followed
right
me
there.
recently, but I need you to give me permission to use these clips. Please.
College.
I need
guess you could
Kylo
say
Ren
it's
with the
just like-
cross guard.
His hair's a little more messed up now.
We got the Hitler stash, the double Hitler stash, the double Hitler reverse stash.
You think he sticks a little like razor down the middle to like bald it there in the middle, or you think that's just natural?
Maybe, or he like cuts off some of his hair and like glues
Maybe when
it
you
to
take
his
so
face.
many loads of jizz to the face and mouth area, it just the hair stops growing.
It's from too much huffing that copium.
And
He
wait.
just wore out the hair there.
Can you go back like a few minutes? Because I think his hairstyle is completely different.
I was thinking that as well.
Like, why
yeah.
would it change? Or no, I don't think so.
Beginning.
Yeah, I thought it like flipped sides, but no, it didn't.
Flips. That'd be funny.
No, it just gets messier.
Oh
throughout the
god,
video.
that's creepy as fuck. Holy shit, that literally.
Hello,
scared me.
ladies.
Like,
Hello,
hey.
ladies.
Hello, I got the double Hitler reverse stash. With
This
the
was right
front
before
weave.
Kyle Katarn stepped in. He was just like, "Hey, baby, you want to go back with me?" And he's like, "Kyle Katarn here. Allow me to escort you back home." And the woman's just like, "I'm just gonna leave."
It looks more like he's asking, "Do you like puppies?"
It's like I'll take you out for ice cream. Don't tell your mom.
Hey guys, I'm Jay Acup. Check out my sweater.
Do you
And
want
then I
to
remember looking
destroy
over
my
at her and she had
sweater?
tears in her eyes.
Does he talk about his mommy?
More emotional. For
Do you think
when
he
the movie
fades
ended,
that
I remember
beard,
looking
or
over
it
at
just
her and
like
she had
that's what it can grow? Like on the side of his face.
She had tears in her eyes because it was so shitty. She
I
was like, "What's
mean,
happened to Star Wars now?"
There's a lot of fat for that hair to like have to grow through, though.
No, that's all he can grow. He can only grow a chin beard. He can't grow like there are no sideburns to his beard.
There's more on his neck.
So there's no like design with that. That's just like natural.
Yeah, that's just where the way it grows. Look how clear the patch around his mouth is. Like there's no pores there where hair can grow out of. It looks like I don't know.
It
looks
wouldn't
like-
surprise
honestly
me
looks like
if he
his
had
lip-
to like get on testosterone to like kind of like
it
help
honestly
himself
looks-
go through puberty.
It honestly looks like his bottom lip just goes all the way to his chin. Like it's just flat surface. It goes all the way to his chin.
I'm telling
Yeah.
you, he's got that autocorrect turned all the way up, or whatever it is, the smoothed out
filter.
appearance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the filter.
It's
Like
just-
normally there's like that dent in here that differentiates from the bottom of your lip to your chin, but like his is just like it's weird looking.
There's a lot of
weird,
balls.
weird.
tears in her eyes, and we just hugged in the theater. And I got to say to her, "Thank you for getting me into Star Wars." It was
Oh
such
my
a sweet
god!
moment.
If I were
It's something that
behind
I've
them,
never-
I'd be like, "Shut the fuck up!"
Is that mommy?
Oh,
Mommy
thank you for
Lightspeed.
getting me into Star Wars.
Like I'm telling you, he lies to her all the time about his channel. He's like, "Mom, we just hit 50,000 subscribers." Oh, good boy, Jakey.
His mom looks embarrassed to be there. She's like, "Ugh, I can't believe I got dragged to another one of these fucking sequel films."
we know where he got his chin from.
Oh,
It's the same back then.
We're going to forget. And before anyone says that it was fake, here's a screenshot from my Letterboxd review back in 2019.
what the fuck does that
like-
prove? You could have written that after. So you've kept your story the same since
Rewatched
like 5 years ago.
2020.
Who
Fourth
cares?
time saw the Rise of Skywalker. What a fake fan.
Fourth time.
Yeah.
Wow.
This could be completely fake, like completely photoshopped. Because it's like, why
somebody else's?
Why would he be putting this out there? It's like saying that, oh, we don't believe you, Jacob. And it's like, oh, here's the proof.
It's also not proof of anything. That's like Doomcock verifying himself with another side. It's like, oh, look, I wrote the lie back then, and now I'm still saying the lie. Therefore, it's true.
We'd have to find his account. We'd have to verify it. And, you know, we'll have to get some nights on that. Because we're everywhere, Jacob.
Yeah,
They're
I brought
harassing
receipts. The movie itself is also just a pulpy adventure in all of the best ways, in my personal opinion. George Lucas originally based Star Wars on the Flash Gordon serials that he grew up watching as a child. It's been an element of Star Wars that I feel has carried on throughout every single trilogy and even in the various shows. So choosing to end the saga in a time-sensitive, super pulpy adventure hopping from
Time sensitive? What the fuck does that mean?
Like, I don't know.
It was overly long.
What time sensitive means is that they don't travel through hyperspace. They use hyperspace teleportation.
I still don't know what the point of this video is 7 minutes in. It's just like, I like The Rise of Skywalker. Let me jerk it off.
He's basically just
11
recounting
and a
his
half
personal
minutes.
fun with it. He's like, oh, I went to the premiere and I had great fun with my mom and we all cried. It's like...
It's just like, why should anyone subscribe to this channel? Because he's a nice guy. He lies to everyone he knows. He pushes China sabers in his shorts, and buys views. Buys views for the China sabers.
Because he thinks he's so interesting that everybody wants to hear about all the times that he went to the theater with his mom.
And I also want to point out, in addition to the live streams he doesn't do, he doesn't push Chinese sabers anymore because Star Triggered called his ass out for pushing 4 Chinese saber companies.
China.
And he's calling everyone a gwifta. This guy has had promo codes to 4 different companies, Chinese companies, on his YouTube channel. Go buy a saber, use the promo code Lightspeed. I bet you there was not one sale. And he doesn't do it anymore because he got called out.
There was at most 6 because you guys were 2 of his 8.
Shout out to you if you're watching this
double
video.
Hitler stash is...
I gotta see, who's he shouting out for watching the video? He's shouting somebody out. Is it Swagman?
And
Molly
I
Damon.
respect their opinions. I actually only know one other person that loves this movie as unapologetically as I do. So, Hunter, shout out to you if you're watching this video. But I
I
feel
think
like
it's one of his
hang on.
boyfriends on his podcast.
Yeah.
His podcast.
He literally
That's on
only-
Spotify exclusively, everyone. And that's another thing. He doesn't want to upload his videos anymore on YouTube because he knows there won't be any views. So it's on Spotify exclusively.
Out
He
of
can't
all the-
afford to buy views.
He can't afford to buy friends either. Out of all the millions upon millions of Star Wars fans that are in the world, he only knows one other person that likes this movie as unapologetically as he does.
But Rhino, it's a 50-50 split. He swears.
Oh.
Even though I'm sure he knows more than one Star Wars fan.
We're getting more behind the scenes copyright.
It's also not fair to the cast and crew and everyone that was involved in making it. If you watch any of the
Okay, hang on a second. What did he
Oh,
say
they
there?
worked hard, so we can't insult it.
only know one other person that loves this movie as unapologetically as I go online about this movie specific. Shout out to you if you're watching this
Okay, so I guess he goes into some little crybaby
video. But I feel like people online about this movie specifically can be really hyperbolic negatively about it, but it's also not fair to the cast and crew and everyone that was involved in making it. If you-
Oh, yeah.
Guys, they worked hard.
Making movies is hard.
Coy Jandro. Every movie is a miracle.
To say that it's not fair to criticize this movie because of how hard these people worked on it is exactly who the people are that we should be criticizing for making this garbage. What are you talking about? Just
People
because they
only-
worked hard on something that was so fucking shit doesn't mean we don't criticize them for it.
People only say this with like fucking movies too. It's like, oh, if I'm a carpenter and I make a bench that someone sits on and it falls apart and fucking collapses, do you go, oh, well, they worked really hard on that bench, guys. You can't insult it. It's like, no, it fucking fell apart as soon as I sat.
Let's go even further. Let's say the person that sat on that bench actually injured themselves and wanted to sue the person. And they go, no, well, he worked really hard on it. So you can't sue him because it broke because he sat on it.
Say a doctor is giving your loved one surgery and they completely fuck it up and give them some infection or they die on the table. Well, they worked really hard.
We worked really hard on it. We worked really hard.
They did their job.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to leave that scalpel inside his body when we sewed him back up, but we tried really hard. We worked really hard.
Well, and the other thing is, like, if you're not willing to insult bad movies, then like your praise for good movies means nothing because you were just going to act like the exact same, whether it's shit or good. So like, then there's no motivation for them to actually do a good job because you're not going to differentiate. You're not going to say you did a good job, you did a bad job. You're just going to say, oh, everybody's great. So what the fuck is the point of even trying at that point?
Yeah, and I've
You
made
watch
that
any of
point
the-
several times a year for several years that, you know, you now have 5-6 years of a sample size and showing them by giving them money for the quote unquote good stuff has not had any kind of long-term effect. So knock that shit off. Cut it out.
Behind the scenes productions for this movie, there's a lot of love and care that went into the production of
I don't give a shit, Jacob.
Felt really emotional because it's like a lovely emotional.
Oh, more copyrighted content. It's not his.
You know, if Daisy got a boob
it's still
job, maybe
going.
this movie would
Wow.
have made more money.
I just jumped like he just put like a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
I don't know. I like them naturals. Like big
Okay.
while making a Star Wars movie. And he's been involved since the original movie. And that's really the heart of it all. This movie didn't work
Oh,
for
Anthony Daniels is a shill too, so it's okay.
everybody. That much is known, but it worked extremely well and almost perfectly for myself. And that only makes the movie more
Again with that
special to
photo?
me.
This is how much I love the movie.
Star
Here's
Wars
what I'm
a
gonna say.
lightsaber, guys.
We're almost at the end of the video, and it's like, hey, G.I. Jacob, Swagman still isn't going to fuck you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
And they're not going to invite you to the next meet and greets.
No.
Do you remember how the cast acted when they were asked a question at
Yes, it's at the beginning of
yes.
it was at the
Disney
beginning
Park?
of Mahler's. It was at the beginning of Mahler's what was it called?
Unbridled
Rage video. Yep. It's at the very beginning of that. I remember that clip.
Yeah.
They're all like ugh.
These people, you might say that these people worked hard on it, but their reactions tell you what they think about it. As much as now they're trying to say that it was just all the racist fans, John Boyega. After the
John
fact.
Boyega even said after the movie came out, he's like, "Oh, you're not going to Disney Plus me. I'll only take it if I get another movie." Basically,
Yeah.
Always been about personal connections, whether it's with the characters, the stories, or the memories tied, or one that isn't critically as high as you hoped it would be, but it still means the world to you anyway. If you've got a movie that holds that same kind of meaning for you, whether it's universally praised, criticized, or whatever else, I'd love to hear about it in the comments down below. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Fucking
no
garbage.
You know what, Jacob? All my favorite movies,
Awful.
I will absolutely defend them from anybody who wants to shit on them because I'm actually confident that they're good and have reasons for liking them beyond like, I was with my mommy and we cried in the theater. Like, no. And also, I like a lot of movies that are shit, and I'm fine shitting on them. I'm like, oh, Friday the 13th Part 8. It's a shitty movie, but I love it. That's fine. That's fine.
Takes Manhattan.
Yeah, Jason Takes Manhattan. It's like, I can have fun. You don't have to be so fucking serious about everything. Like,
Knock the head
Jesus,
off.
dude. Yeah. Yeah.
Just he needs to do something else with his time. Like, he's not a good YouTuber and he's a total fraud.
If
He
he's-
needs to get out before people figure it out.
If he's having financial issues, then get a second job. You know, maybe he can be a Starbucks barista as a second job or something like that. So, by the way, do we have that? Does anyone have that?
I asked earlier.
and then he can
hold on.
He can do it. He can do TikToks.
I think
about
it's in
how
the
he
Star. I think it's in the Star Trigger group chat.
when he gets a job at Starbucks, he
I
can do
could go
TikToks
get
about
it.
how much he hates the hours.
Darth Ghostface just shit on all the Friday the 13th sequels, and I have to say that I'm hashtag triggered, and I need him to be banned from the chat because it's really ruining my enjoyment of all those films. Oh,
how dare he?
How dare he? Indeed.
Brandon for $5. Get a load of this. Apparently, the Shills think that Andor season 1, 2, and Rogue One all count as a brand new trilogy. I'm not kidding. Yeah, I've heard that too because there's 3 of them.
And they think it's better than the original trilogy.
Yep.
The thing that, like, really, I don't know. As soon as it goes into Rogue One, it doesn't fit. What are you laughing at, Tim?
I'll show whenever he shares the screen.
Yeah, I was just waiting for you to finish your point. Right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go. I got distracted by Tim laughing.
Do you want me to pull it up? Okay.
Rogue
One. So,
oof.
I saw
the beard's
this
about
like,
the same.
What is that, Panera?
No, it's Starbucks.
Oh,
so I
Starbucks.
saw that
Okay.
several days ago, and I got busy and I forgot about it. Well, today, whoever, I think Alora put it in the Star Triggered chat. I showed it to my son, my adult son, and he's like, "Hey, isn't that guy you always make fun of online?" And I'm like, "Yeah." The fact that he mistakes, look, he's got the double Hitler mustache.
Yeah,
the same eyebrows, glasses.
Sort of a mix between Jacob and Pedro Pascal.
He can only grow hair in the same places.
It like the beard is all like weird. The hair is all crazy.
Look at the eyebrows.
Like this is him.
He's not heavy.
It's like, it doesn't have the weave quite, but like it's getting there.
He's like, I need to touch you for emotional support. Oh.
Why do I get the feeling that there's going to be just about the same amount of soy coming from this?
We can't listen to the whole thing. It's too ridiculous, but just some of it's actually hilarious.
How about actually this is his wife?
Oh no.
This is either literally is him or it's like a twin or they have the same condition, which is like lack of testosterone.
The only real subscriber, right, to Shill Speed. This is who this guy
Oh
is.
shit, you're right. It's one of the 6. Yeah.
Oh god. Were you gonna play any of it or just show the image?
Yeah, we don't need to see the whole thing. Trust me. This whiny little bitch. Oh, I need to push play.
People wonder why we need a union at Starbucks, and I am literally about to quit. Like,
Oh my god, it actually sounds like a chick that's on testosterone.
Shut the up, you stupid little.
I almost walked out today, and I'm crying in the back room right now, and I almost cried on the floor. It's just, I was like a full-time student. I get scheduled for 25 hours a week. I don't know.
25 hours?
25 hours a week?
Oh no.
I could work for straight that entire work week and then just take the rest of the week off. Like, 25 hours.
Weekends,
Shut the fuck up.
the entire day, open to close out on the schedule for 8.5 hours, both Saturday and Sunday.
Look at that
I need
hair.
one of
Holy
those off,
shit.
guys. I need one of them off.
I like this. This could be him. We don't know for sure.
I'm gonna go start a
Was
YouTube
looking
channel
for,
and I'm
he
gonna talk
was
about
looking
Star
for
Wars.
another job, yeah.
Until he says it's not him, I'm gonna just assume it's him.
My name
Oh,
is
gee, I
not
wonder where you got
Jacob.
that logic
Yeah,
from.
exactly. Fight fire with fire.
There's so many customers, and we have 4 people on the floor all day.
It's good to have a lot of customers. That means you're making money. I actually like to have customers, you dumbass.
That little
Those eyebrows. The eyebrows. Look at them.
Hey, as someone who worked retail, it sucked whenever you didn't have any customers because you're looking at the clock all day and it's going really slow.
Yep.
You want there to be a lot of customers because whenever you're working hard, the clock goes fast.
Yeah, especially when you're fucking up probably as much as this guy is.
Can you just go back like 5
guy?
seconds? Can you go back 5 seconds? I just want to hear that little at the end again.
4 people on the floor all day.
This is literally how he is.
Great
when he
pause.
has his meltdowns on
This
Twitter.
is him on Twitter. This is him typing on X replies to
Darth
Tim.
Melvin.
That's what he looks like when he's typing back to Melvin on Twitter. That's exactly what he looks like.
I have 4 of these
Commented
toxic.
on my fake wife's appearance.
It's crazy how they look exactly alike.
It is.
Only 5 people were put on the schedule, and somebody had to call out. And there are 4 people running the whole store, and there's possibly scheduled 5 people.
Answer the phone.
And then the phone rings.
Phone's ringing now
And
too.
this motherfucker doesn't answer the phone because he's
This is
sitting here
he's
making a
probably
whiny ass
hyped for
bitch
this, and
video.
that's his boss.
We only have 13.
Or like, stop recording a video and get back to work, you lazy fuck.
The fake crying. Ugh.
Is he gonna comment on the phone? Like, the phone's ringing, I don't want to answer it.
I like how he's so busy and he has time to record a video and be completely away from his work.
It's just like the entitlement. Like he thinks like he's entitled to, or is entitled to this job, and it just like it's not. That like they don't have to hire him. It's a fucking woman. It's just a girl on testosterone.
When communism kicks in, I'm going to become a toe painter.
Guarantee you, he makes more than minimum wage, and I made fucking minimum wage whenever I was hauling concrete bags and shit for people. So this dude
Hey,
can
man,
shut
at
the fuck
least,
up while making coffee.
At least your boy Trump's trying to get you no tax on them tips you guys always ask for.
Well, luckily I'm not doing that anymore, but yes.
I haven't seen one tear yet. Self-proclaimed to be sitting in the back room crying today.
That should be a fake reaction.
And had some pretty emotional outbursts throughout this first minute of this video, this ridiculous video, and not one tear. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Let me
It's like
just
a
spin this
fake
around here.
outrage.
There's a couple of questions for you there.
It should
God.
be a fake reactor.
No, I'm not going to give you a tip for doing what you're supposed to do. I'm sorry.
And put up a new schedule where he wasn't on the schedule. Also, he couldn't have even seen that he was scheduled in the first place because he didn't want to be held accountable for not wanting to come in.
What?
You don't want to work.
They don't want to help.
What are you doing right now? You're getting
don't wanna
paid to
help us.
record a fucking video right now.
He's probably on like a half-hour, 45-minute break or something.
You know what that freeze frame makes me think of? He vadered. He vadered.
Look at that patchy ass neck beard.
He's got a little bald spot on the bottom of the neck. Yeah,
Like I
bald
say,
spot.
they're always the thing that they say we are. Like,
It's one
you're
thing to have
the-
yeah.
You're the neck beard. No, you are.
It's one thing to have a neck beard. It's another thing to have a bald spot on your neck beard. Like that's next level.
Again, it's the female that took testosterone. You know, it
Yeah.
doesn't grow right. Never does.
Dylan Mulvaney is like, yo.
This can't happen. We need fair scheduling. We need managers
25 hours a
accountable for helping their workers. They refuse to turn mobile orders off. We need
It honestly
everybody
does sound like a chick that is
to turn
transitioning.
mobile orders.
It is.
Get through all of them.
Oh, it 100% is.
Yep. They mentioned at one point that someone misgendered them.
Ah.
Oh, no shit.
I think.
Oh,
I guess
That's why, like, you got to wonder, is Jacob transitioning? Because, I mean, they look exactly alike.
Oh, Jacob's
That
like, I
was
love my
fun to
mom
hear.
so much that I wanted to become a girl.
I told you he's transitioning into his wife.
Oh no, he's gonna marry himself.
He marries
better
himself.
start
Yeah,
eating
he
more.
actually he gets him one side of the bed at night and says good night, and then he jumps out, runs around the other side, puts a wig on.
Is this
Good night,
pre
honey.
or
And then
post?
runs around the other side. He's like, "You want to do some hanky panky?" He's like, "No, maybe I've got a bit of a headache." So runs around the bed constantly like that.
He reaches behind himself.
I think he's
Yes.
mad. He's probably
Gives himself
doesn't-
a reach around.
Like, you know, I'm gonna defend this girl, just a bit here. You know,
That was
you're
a perfect
working-
face.
You're working 25 hours a week, man. You're sitting there. You don't know what bathroom to use when you're at work. You know, like no matter which one you go in, people feel uncomfortable around you. It's got to be tough.
He's got a double body pillow. He spoons himself.
Hello, ladies. Where's the urinal? Am I right?
It's like, I go to college and everything. It's hard. I mean, like, Starbucks doesn't give a fuck that you're going to college. It's
Probably
like, you
going to
do
college
that on
for
your free
free.
time.
Can you make college for free because you have a disability?
Oh.
Your job is to make coffee when people order coffee. Make it. Do it.
And it's like,
Stop
if you
doing
don't
it.
want, if you need a job and can't handle it, and like, then stop going to college and fucking work.
Palpatine comes in. He's just like, brew it.
Brew it.
God. Oh God, he cried for like, you know, he went off for like.
We gotta back that up. Hold on.
Are we watching Lightspeed still, or no? No, I forgot. This is something different.
We need to do a voiceover video.
Go a little bit forward.
Here's the part where he gets misgendered.
Oh God. Oh my God.
And so they were just like talking like each other, and they're like, she's clearly incompetent. I have a full mustache and beard.
You don't have a full beard, by the way.
Almost seems like fake in a way.
Post this for Jacob anytime that he complains from now on. Just screenshot that face.
I could just
the best caption for this is, how can you not like the sequels?
How can you not like Disney Star Wars?
I muted it.
This is going to get memed more and more.
I muted it, and I'm going to play it again, and we're going to provide the voiceover. Here we go. I don't understand how you guys like just can't stop bullying me because I like Rise of Skywalker and I like Last Jedi. And you know, I don't have a fake wife, no matter what that mean guy Tim says. From United Special Alliance and Darth Melvin, they're such meanies.
Ray's so inspirational because she just like knows things and she has things and she doesn't have to work for it, just like me.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, that was hilarious.
Just the fact that my son, a totally neutral party, saw that and said, "Hey, isn't that guy that you bully online all the time?" Like, yeah, it looks like him. Yeah,
Well, that's why I laughed whenever my sister commented on the Empire's scenes, because it was after I had seen Grizzy's fucking video about the guy. Why is he touching her finger? I'm like, I remember distinctly her being like, oh, they have such great chemistry. Like, that was such a romantic scene. I'm just like, oh, the actual married woman like thinks this is great. Meanwhile, this fucker's sitting there like, oh, toxic masculinity. Oh no.
So to any
oh shit.
So to any people suffering from gender dysphoria who might be watching the stream, you know, just deep down.
Hello there, Your Honor. I want to say I'm sorry for the things I've done, and I try and be stronger in this life I chose. But I want you to know that door I close.
Good.
It's ye.
Yeah, we're not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry.
All
sorry,
right.
not sorry.
Mr. Oh God, Dystopian. Did I say that right? Mr.
Yep,
Dystopian?
you got it.
All right, thank you for the blue.
Oh, it's blue! It's blue!
I still not used to that one yet. Din Djarin's lightsaber would be rainbow colored, and he would try to. That's literally what it looked like. And did you guys see that clip?
Yeah, Pedro with his fucking tongue in it. Yeah.
It's sickening.
Yeah.
He's like,
But
I am Reed
think that
Richards. I
guy-
cannot grow facial hair.
I seriously think that guy's a sexual predator.
He's just a fucking I don't know if he's like a real person. He just seems like an android, honestly. He's just like nothing seems real about him.
SWA for $2. Maybe Josh is Sparrow.
I was going to say that at the time, but yeah, maybe Josh is Doomcock and Sparrow.
I think he's trying to be the new Doomcock. Like, how could you push a civil war after the last one and everyone knew that was fake? It's just amazing, like how they're okay with lying to their fans, and they're smug enough to think that they can get away with it. Well, no, Josh is going to get exposed.
I do have to thank Melvin for breaking me out of the Doomcock cycle, because I came in like after he had his whatever it was, Friday Night Tights or Ryan Kinnell freak out, so I didn't see any of that, so I didn't know how fucking fake he was. And then Darth Melvin made his video, and I was like, what the fuck? And I started to look into his past. I'm like, well, I'm gonna unsubscribe from that shit.
Well, Melvin's videos on Doomcock is what made me find Melvin as well.
Yeah,
I think that's how I found. I think I was the first Melvin video.
Well, I already knew Melvin, but I was still subscribed to Doomcock, and I was just like, what the fuck? And I started looking into him after he made that video, and I was just like, oh shit, this guy's a fucking dumbass. I unsubscribed to him. Yeah.
It's the fucking meltdown with RK Outpost.
Yeah.
Like, how can anyone still stay subscribed to him? And I think a lot of his subscribers probably do know about that meltdown.
Yep.
See, I came in post that, and then like pre you making that video, so I was in that little sweet spot. And then as soon as I saw the video, I was like, "What the fuck?" And I went back.
The great,
and the
great thing about it was like Gary's just like, nah, I'm just gonna stay quiet and yeet him out.
Yeah, Gary's like, no.
I don't think Gary like really did anything wrong. He's already lying about Doomcock. And
well,
Doomcock
went after Gary when Gary did nothing and said nothing.
He wanted Gary to just like make a public statement about how authentic.
Well, I think that was a bit of a beta move. It's like, look, you've been streaming with this guy for years. Say something, like, say something, Gary. Like, you got to say something. But he said nothing. It's like, just squash it and have it done. But it was kind of weird the way that it played out.
I can see what you're saying. Know that, like, you could say pick a side, basically, like, comment on it one way or the other.
Doomcock's a fraud. It's like, take this chance to like, hey, Ryan, thanks for finally pushing us in that direction. Let's just take it all the fucking way. And let's just go for the kill here with this masked motherfucker, this foot bath mask motherfucker. Yeah. And drama is wonderful. It's a wonderful, wonderful and entertaining thing.
And as far as the rumors go, like, you guys are mainly covering this before I came on with what's his face, the guy who thinks Filoni's like a Pittsburgh guy or whatever. Yeah, Joshy Boy. And it's like, I ran into this in the gaming sphere with the fucking rumors where it's like, oh, guys, take this with a grain of salt, but PlayStation might have a showcase in June, but they might also change their plans and just not do it at all this year. But either way, I'm not wrong. It's like, you know what? You know how you immediately suss out a fake rumor person with a real one? Is you just say, hey, are they going to have one before this date? Commit to it. You have to commit to something. And if you're wrong, then I'm not going to trust you anymore. Because if they don't commit to anything, then they're fucking fake. And they're just trying to be ambiguous so that they never lose their credibility. Because, like, whenever Joshy Boy says, like, oh, I heard this rumor, but I'm not going to comment on it until after it's already announced. Like, that's just, who cares? You're not giving me any information or committing to anything before it already comes out.
All right, we just hit 4 hours tonight, you guys, so I'm gonna wrap it. Yeah, we're gonna wind it down a bit. We got some more of these super chats to get through. AA for $2 from Den of Shills to Doomcock 2.0. It'll still be Den of Shills, but
Den of Cock.
Red Jaguar for $2. Lightsabers are now used as tampons in the Echo. Yep. That was a funny meme whenever that was coming out, and that fucking triggered some shills. I think Jacob had a meltdown over that. He did, didn't he? People posting that tampon with like the Acolyte poster. I believe that he did.
Yeah.
Sexist.
D Goodart, member for 4 months. Very, very entertaining show. You never disappoint. Thank you, D Goodart. Yes, night 4 tomorrow night on Star Wars Marvel Purist channel. By the way, guys, filling up the leftovers, doing the leftovers, what we didn't get to in nights 1 through 3. Red Jaguar for 2. Josh's whole video is just word bomb.
Yep.
Kamala Harris,
Really
word
fun
salad.
yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
really
he
was.
loves the sound of his own voice. Oh, it says a lot without saying anything.
I just said that Josh went to the Kamala School for Public Speaking.
Yeah. We must be unburdened by what has been, guys. We gotta be unburdened.
minus the giggling and the laughing at Red Jaguar for 2. All those white specks on his shirt are skin flakes. Talking about
got
J.I.
dandruff.
Jacobs' sweater, man. Taking
Oh.
a shot at J.I. Jacobs' sweater. Careful, guys. From Narrow Dark, $2. Careful, guys. Jacob will threaten to sue you.
Oh yeah.
I'm
this,
Jacob and punch it to legal speed.
What did Mr. Larson say in Happy Gilmore? Well, if you do, you can count. Then I'll be waiting for you in the parking lot.
And just don't forget, Narrow Dark, like Jacob is a Jewish name, so just keep that in mind, please.
He definitely has a crush on that girl on his podcast.
That
Yeah.
That's why he got so fucking defensive about it.
it's like, you up? She's like, don't talk to me. With my boyfriend. He's like, oh, well, how healthy is the relationship?
Isn't it like a Mexican girl, or is it the guy that's a Mexican? I can't remember.
I think maybe the guy. I don't know the girl. She might one of those like pronoun
Right.
girls.
They, them. Yeah.
Who is, I believe, human compared to Jacob's wife, who is AI, and she's a lot slimmer than Jacob's AI wife.
Computer love.
J.I. Jacobs scared away all the hoes.
Yeah, fake Padme was like, I'm out of here.
Fake wife, fake Padme. Narrow Dark for 5. You should go through Jacob's letterbox reviews. He reviews the sequels every time he rewatches.
Oh
I have
my
a bunch
God.
of screenshots. Is that true? Holy shit.
Wait, you can just keep posting the same reviews?
I did go through his letterbox, and I can confirm that the one about his mommy is it was there, so it wasn't Photoshop.
Can you just keep boosting the reviews for a movie? Or you just keep reviewing it though? Like,
I don't know.
he says he
I'm
reviews it
sure
every
there's some
time he
pretty-
rewatches.
There's some pretty good shit on here, I'm sure.
Because if he's just doing like 4 or 5, whatever the perfect score is on Letterbox, he's like 5 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars every time for Rise of Skywalker, just artificially inflating the score.
Gave 3 stars to Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning.
Wow, so it's worse than Rise of Skywalker. That's pretty bad.
Darth Angel for 5. I work in the back room at my local Walmart where it's hot as fuck and the items are heavy as shit. I may complain, but I have a reason to. Othetic. Taking a hit at that fucking Jacob, I guess.
Jacob Barista.
Yeah, Jacob clone.
We'll call him the-
Yeah.
Employee.
But
the
did you have to take
Starbucks
orders?
memes
Call him
for
Barista Jacob.
They're going to. You're going to see a lot of them on Star Triggered.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's quote Attack of the Clones here. Let's paraphrase it. You know, like instead of Obi-Wan Kenobi, it could be me, like Tim Kenobi, saying they're using an SJW named J.I. Jacob to create a clone army. You know, do something like, just create a bunch of workers. You know,
That could be another. That could be another thing we push. Is Jacob is actually a clone.
Yeah,
maybe.
Does he have the Filoni chip in though, or is he actually like a regular?
We're experimenting with switching the genders of the clones. It's a painful process. Lots of prototypes.
Just a simple they them trying to make our way in the galaxy.
It would make sense.
You're damn good cloners.
It would make sense, like he's already got a fake wife. He could just be a clone.
Yeah.
Well, what do you know? It's a they them.
And real quick, guys, making it in at the last minute.
Oh,
Star Wars
no.
Marvel
Hey,
Purist,
Purist.
you're perfect timing. You're right
What's
on
up,
time.
you
Purist, did you bring your
Shills, hate
gray
watching
poop on?
little Andor bitch shill motherfuckers? What's going on, guys?
Yo.
Oh, nothing much.
So-
Just got a couple more super chats to get through, and we're about to call it. But,
Grizzy, you missed the fucking new Desert Wanderer clip. I sent it to you. It's the Joshy Boy special. I made it on the fly.
No.
Here, I'll get it. Here.
Oh my.
Send it
We'll
to
just
me.
run it off my fucking my unlisted.
Okay, let me just get through these real quick.
I'm sure
Raul Macias for $2. Do you guys think Abeloth exists? Star Wars exists?
I think he means like, does it exist in Disney Star Wars? Maybe because obviously it exists in the old EU. Even I know that.
They're gonna make it. They're gonna do it.
Ahsoka season 2.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be the Balin Scroll storyline. He'll be like, I discovered Abeloth. Oh,
Josh has been pushing that for months.
And OG Star Wars Jacob and a shill just tried to go off on me. I think I have that. Go off.
It doesn't
not
sound
get
good.
off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be awful. I think he's had more gotten off on him.
I go off
Is this what you're talking about? OG Star Wars. This guy Dave. Oh wait, hang on. Yeah, here we go. This guy Robert. Absolutely love how Palpatine. Something the OG Star Wars will never understand. Ew! Don't tag them.
Them?
Ew.
Them?
Guys,
Those
sounds
are not
just
her
like that
pronouns.
Starbucks dude, chick, whatever. It's just like,
Sexist.
ew, just sound, don't tag it. Sounds just like.
Don't tag OG Star Wars.
Oh, please, no, I don't want to get owned again. Don't do it.
They'll complain about one
I can't
tweet.
accuse her of mansplaining, therefore I can't win the argument. No.
They'll try to prove themselves the smartest person on the app while doing the complete opposite. Wow, sick burn. I mean, clearly OG Star Wars had nothing to say to that.
Hey,
as a
I know
clone,
that-
as a clone, he just tries to execute order 66. Just turns into 66 different genders.
I know that Melvin. I know that Darth Melvin was a big fan of my challenge that could never take place because Legends Con got canceled because a bunch of incompetents were running it. But fuck that. Fuck me fighting him because it would have been like a 14-second affair. Imagine like OG Star Wars Allure.
You know you're
fighting.
sharing that DM.
That would have been a fight. That would have been a fucking fight. Allura would have like wiped the floor with him. So
Hang on. All right, there's more to this. Oh, here it is. I got it. Yeah, Robert responds, not a fan of that cunt too, huh?
Ooh.
Wow, Jacob, why would you allow such sexism? Allowed sexism and misogyny in your thread. You should be calling this guy out. Be sure to block and report her. Wow.
Funny thing is, she didn't even jump in there. They were just talking about her. They tagged
Whoa.
her and just talked about her.
Clearly, they already knew everything she was going to say.
Yeah, she might be blocked by both of them, and she might not be able to. I would like. I think I'm blocked by this guy. I can't reply to it either.
well, it's like I always say: shit, busters talk it, reality, gangsters walk it.
Peter Rackus for 5. Oh, coming back to earlier on. Yeah, I said they probably creamed their pants for Acolyte episode 5. You are right. 716th Legion creamed in their pants for the Acolyte episode 5. How did I know? What a shock! What a shock!
They did the same thing for Ahsoka episode 5, actually, too.
Yeah, they really like their episode 5s.
The He Vaded episode.
Yeah.
And it's red. It's red.
Yep.
The real
Darth
ones
Angel
are
for
great,
2.
not the fake Disney ones.
What are your guys' thoughts on the Vader comics? I never read them.
I don't read Disney Star Wars, so I don't know.
The Disney
He's
Star
talking about.
Wars,
I think. I'm talking about Dark Horse. Dark Horse Expanded Universe Vader comics are good, not the Disney ones.
I haven't read them.
All right. All right. That is I think we're at 4 hours and 10 minutes now. Might have to call it for night 3 of the real Star Wars celebration. Oh, I think Pierce has something.
Here's the
for us
Joshy
real
Boy
quick.
special.
Oh, is this
We've added Josh to the clip since we got a mouth shot of him opening wide.
Oh God, okay.
You ready?
Yeah, ready.
Ready.
Rain by Jupiter's cock. Would you fucking rain?
What are you doing?
Rain.
Been through this such a long, long time, just trying to kill the pain. Oh, yeah.
Say you're in the desert, you got no food, no water. Papa comes along, zip. Let me give you a little bit of liquid.
Feel like
So warm.
when the rain hits my back, I think it's be some in. I can't stand the rain. Falling on my head like it gets so nice and warm. I can taste the bubbles. Here comes the rain again. I say, falling on my head like a memory. Ooh, yeah.
The only suggestion I would make is maybe you can mirror Joshy Boy's face so that they're kind of mouth to mouth.
I
just
made
taking
it on
that
the fly
piss.
when we actually
Yeah.
got him make that face tonight. I mean, I did that shit pretty quick, man. It took me about
Yeah, no, you did. That was
nice.
So that is our Filoni faithful, guys. Those are the ones that are going to lead everyone to the promised land.
Yeah, there's nerd theory, both getting pissed on.
I mean that should be. I mean they need to incorporate that into that whatever their new thumbnail
So,
going to be.
You need to
After
come
the
up with the
n-
crap version. That's what we need next.
after the next show fails, is it going to be Filoni or Favreau who's going to save it if they win their next?
I don't
Civil
know.
War?
We're getting Filoni and Favreau next year in 2026. So
So
we'll
we'll
be
find
sure to
something.
keep an eye out on
We-
what they're going to be saying.
They'll keep
Go on, Melvin.
kicking the can down the road. Like, that's what they do. Like, how are we in 2025, 5 years past the sequel trilogy, and the entire time the sequel trilogy was out, we knew it was fucking terrible. And they're still finding reasons to have hope for the future.
Dude, I remember
They'll
before
keep finding more reasons.
Before Ahsoka, they were like, Filoni has full control over this. This is his vision. He'll never. And then once Ahsoka sucked, they were like, oh, well, Kathleen Kennedy must have interfered. It's like it's revisionist history. It's just
You know what I can't believe? I can't believe that 2025 for Star Wars is pretty much done. We're halfway through. We're not even halfway through the year, and they blew their load. Everything that they had for 2025 before halfway through the year.
They sacrificed everything.
We're not getting any
There's
live
Visions-
action for.
There's Vision
almost-
Season 3, everyone.
Oh, well, that's the only other thing that we've got. But that's
Where they
for
hired
like a
good
year.
anime studios to make nonsensical.
So we just got to hope that our influence grows. And then as more and more shit comes out, people will look at frauds like Denim Shills and stop supporting them, and they'll actually support the Gatekeepers Alliance.
Well, you know what they
That
say, Melvin,
celebrate
rebellions are
real
built on
Star
hope.
Wars.
Yes. And continues to support all of the Gatekeepers Alliance by definitely giving everyone a subscription. We have everyone in the link. I don't think I have Rhino. Let me find Rhino. I'll find Rhino, so when he does the outro, when he does his farewell, I'll post everyone's as they're giving their outros before we get out of here. Go ahead, Tim.
Well, we talked about J.I. Acup, right? And I don't think we talked about him enough because he's talked so much shit. And the challenge I put out there last year is real because, motherfucker, the stuff you said about me almost 2 years ago we're coming up on. If you were to ever say that to me to my face, and I don't think you ever would, but if you did, let me just say this. One way or the other, someone's going to hit the dirt and it ain't going to be me. Let me just put it that way.
It's going to be his wife. No.
He made it personal.
Good shit. All right. Well, Tim, glad to have you back on the channel, man. I think he will be in. I think he might be back for episode 5 of Star Triggered next month. Are you going to be able to?
Maybe. Yeah, I'll be. Spacing should be back to regular schedule. I'd say late July. I've had some positive life changes that are enabling me to organize some stuff. Right. So I'm thinking around late July, I'll be able to get back into that Friday night groove. So once that happens, like you'll see the spacing, and then Star Triggered. What is it? Once a month we're still doing.
We're gonna talk about that a little bit after the stream. The plan is to up it to bi-monthly soon.
Well, there you go. Because
when that is, so yeah, stay tuned, chat. Just keep your schedules open on Friday nights, chat.
Yeah, it could be before, after, whatever, but the spacing will continue to be on Friday nights, and we'll just have the fun that we've had for coming up on 5 years now. So thanks for having me. Happy Memorial Day to those in the U.S. Went out to the movies today, believe it or not, to see a Based movie, The Last Rodeo from Angel Studios, and there was a message at the end, basically giving the middle finger to Hollywood from Based actor that's out there, Neil McDonough. He has his own studio now that's like middle finger to Hollywood. So really good movie. Go out there and see it, guys. Thank you very much for having me. Gatekeepers Alliance for life.
Always. Thank you for being here again. John, I guess you can catch John and I tomorrow night breaking down the finale of Last of Us, which, oh God, not even looking forward to that at all.
We've missed it tonight, Grizzy. We've been doing this.
Yes. Well, I have no desire to go and watch.
Aren't you hype 10 out of 10?
Pretty much.
Yeah. No.
Anything you want to say before we bounce?
The only thing I'll say is that soon, I promise this week sometime, I will get out my Heroes Trial. That's the Agents of Chaos Part 1 in the New Jedi Order review / reaction and recap and all that. So we'll be getting that out. I've got all the pictures. I've read the book and everything, unlike the abridged version of fucking Theory and all that. I've actually read the full version and just working on the editing. So we'll get that out.
Good shit. Purist, better late than never. You got anything coming up?
You guys did all the heavy lifting tonight. I appreciate it, man. I had to spend time with the wife for the anniversary. Had to touch some grass, right? Because I don't wake up, thinking about Star Wars and
Go mermaids.
Like that. Gotta ride a bike every now and then. So
what do they say? Touch grass? That really means go outside.
Yeah, that means go outside, Grace. You're such a fucking genius.
We need someone to explain it to us.
Tomorrow will be the finale. We're going to probably have to cut it a little short, though. I know I am not one for short streams, but I'm going to probably do like a 2-hour finale. I think Grizzy's stopping by to talk Darth Bane trilogy. Alora, Tim are welcome to stop by if they want to jump in. And then I was going to do my Darth Plagueis book review, which is going to be, after I do this review, you're either going to be a retard for not wanting to read Darth Bane, or you've already read it. So, or Darth Plagueis. It's going to be fucking awesome. Motivational awesomeness about the book. We're not doing surface level bullshit. We're talking about all kinds of awesome shit. Kind of spoilerish, but not really, because I'm not giving all the details out. Again, it's gonna motivate you to want to read the book. So, but yeah, you guys kicked a bunch of ass tonight. It was funny. I kind of dipped in and out, and I was laughing my ass off most of the time. So good, job well done.
What it's all about. Raging Rhino, able to make it. Glad you were able to make it on. Glad you had your week off. Were able to make it.
Yeah, it worked out perfectly. So thanks for having me. Well, man, I don't really have anything to promote. Come and subscribe to my channel. Happy Star Wars Day, everyone. Happy Memorial Day to all you guys in the States. But yeah, other than that.
Casual Rage Thursday night. You got this tonight. You got Purist tomorrow night, day 4. Darth Melvin on Tuesday, and yours truly on Wednesday, and Raging Rhino on Thursday.
Yep.
Good shit. And Darth Melvin, last but certainly not least, Darth Melvin.
When I started my quest over 5 years ago to expose the Disney shills and shit on fake ass Disney Star Wars. And I never would have imagined that it would have evolved into the Gatekeepers Alliance, aligning with other people that want to push the same agenda. And it's great because I can't do everything. We went over the movies on Friday. We went over the expanded universe Saturday, and there's a lot I need to get to with the expanded universe to become one of the lore masters, but it's going to take time. But tonight, my specialty, the Disney Shills. I enjoy ripping on the Disney Shills and making them big mad and making them dislike being in the Star Wars fandom and bringing the dark side to the Star Wars fandom. And that's what I will continue to do on my channel. That's what we will continue to do for the Gatekeepers Alliance. And no longer will they cry about the non-existent fandom menace. They will be crying about the Gatekeepers Alliance. Happy Star Wars Day. Real Star Wars Celebration 2025, Day 3. It was great. And we're going to be here tomorrow, and we're going to be here next year.
Yep. Good
Amen.
shit. Thank you, Darth Melvin. And yeah, I just wanted to say real quick, also on Thursday, Calf Chat with OG Star Wars is on Thursday as well. So you got lots of content from all of us coming up for the week. And yes, as I said, John Getz and I will be live tomorrow night right before Star Wars Marvel Purist to talk about that awful, god-awful Last of Us show. All right. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you, everyone in the chat. This is night 3 coming to a close. Happy Star Wars Day. Once again, it's still the 25th in half of the country, I think. So, all right, you guys, we will see you guys for night 4. We'll see you next year, and we'll see you next month for Star Triggered Episode 5. Have a good night, everyone. Later.
Peace.